Hi everyone, Akwaba. Welcome to DevFest Accra 2023. We are so excited to be here. My name is Audrey. I'm a software engineer and I'm a moderator for this session. And I just want to welcome you once again. So if you are joining us from Accra, Akwaba, if you are joining us from around the world, just say hi. We want to see hi in the comments. We want to welcome you. We want to see your hits. We want you to be excited. We want you to show us how excited you are to be part of this session. So my name is Audrey again. Welcome again. So when you are coming here, we know you are somebody who wants to learn and you are the right place. So before even starting anything, I want to say thank you. Thank you for registering for this event. Today we broke a record. More than 1,000 people registered for this event, and we wouldn't be able to make it happen without you. So thank you, you all attendees. Thank you, all speakers, and thank you to all our sponsors for making it happening. So now let's watch an ad and we'll be back later. See you. Hey, I'm back and I hope you are happy to see me again. So if you have a merch from the past DevFest, please wear it. Take a picture and just send it on WhatsApp or how will I say it, on X, on LinkedIn, and let's get involved during this wonderful, wonderful time that we are all together to learn. So what is a tech event without a keynote? And we are so happy to have today Roberta, a woman tech maker, ambassador, and also a software engineer to come and give us the first keynote of this event. Yes, Roberta is here. Hi, Roberta.
Hi, Audrey.
So can you hear me well? Everything?
Yes,
Check mic.
yes. Yeah, I can.
Okay, cool. So thank you, Roberta, for making this happening. We can't wait to hear what you have to tell us. So the
Thank
floor
you
is
for
all
having
yours.
me too. Thank you for
Thank
having me. Welcome everyone to DevFest 2023. My name is Roberta. She's an Accra ambassador. I'm excited today to be your keynote speaker for today's event. For those who are here out of curiosity or now hearing about DevFest, a special welcome to you. Now, let me introduce to you DevFest. DevFest is basically a Google Developer Groups community organized technology conference, which offers to the opportunity to connect, learn, and explore the most exciting trends in technology. And this is a global event organized by Google. However, today we are here to celebrate the Accra chapter, which we call DevFest Accra. This year, we decided to give you loads of exciting songs. Hence, we are celebrating the fest for 2 days, which we are starting one today. Today, we kickstart the celebration with 10 different talks from amazing tech professionals. Don't worry, if you're a beginner, you're an intermediate professional, or a senior tech person, we have a talk for you. Now let's talk about women tech makers. I can't be here and not talk about women tech makers. It's basically a community of women in the tech space. It's a global program that celebrates women encouraging them to pursue and excel in technology careers. That is why we have a Women Tech Makers Accra chapter on a mission to hold this vision high by bringing together women and tech and girls in tech in Ghana. That being said, Women Tech Makers are also joining the celebration for DevFest tomorrow, which is on the 18th of November. We have a breakfast panel discussion from 8 to 10 a.m. I hope to see you there with another team empowering women to shape the digital world. This panel session is basically to usher all attendees into the main event and celebrate the role of women in technology. Now, to the sweet part. We'll be giving out 50 swags to first 50 attendees for this breakfast event. I hope you attend to get that special swag. Mark your calendars and make it a point to be at DevFest tomorrow. On that note, grab your laptops, notebooks, and some snacks and enjoy the day with us and these amazing speakers we have lined up for you. Don't worry, if you miss any talk, you can watch it later and learn more. Please do want to engage with the speakers by leaving your questions and comments in the section so that this would be a successful event. And don't forget to tweet with the hashtag, which will be displayed, and invite a friend to join us here. Thank you very much and enjoy today's event.
Thank you so much, Roberta, for this wonderful keynote. And then everybody, I hope you've heard what Roberta said, because we have a lot to learn and the topics are really, really exciting, ranging from technical to non-technical. So you have no reason to actually be absent. Be part of this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful journey with us. Today, let's spend the day together.
And invite someone. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. Invite somebody. Roberta, have you invited somebody? Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, I've invited. I definitely have. I mean, I'm hoping the women join a lot since that's my area. I'm hoping the women join a lot today, and I have some women tech makers members on the speakers list. So I'm hoping to see what we come up with.
Yes. Can I consider myself a woman tech maker?
Even if I'm not member. You were a member. Once you're a woman, you are part of Women Tech Makers.
Okay, so how do we become a member?
Okay, so we have a WhatsApp group where we post updates and all that. So we could share the link after. And also we are on LinkedIn and on Twitter. Sorry, X.
As
WTM Accra. So you can follow us everywhere to get more updates on our social life.
Okay, so Roberta, I know we have a lot of time left for our other speakers to join in. So I just hope you don't mind hanging out with us here.
Oh, I don't have a problem.
Okay, that's good. So I have a couple of questions for women in tech. And then is it an exclusive group for women or is it inclusive to everybody?
So it's basically especially for women, but without the men's support, I don't think it will happen. So definitely we need the men's support. That is why we are closely related with GDG Accra, which is more of unisex. So yes, it's more for women to like empower women, encourage women to take up technology roles. However, without the men's support, I don't think this will be very possible. So yes, it's a diverse thing.
Oh, thank you so much for pointing this out, because people get confused. They'll be like, it's just a woman thing. I'm not welcome. So now you've heard from the ambassador herself telling you that you have no reason to not join whatsoever. So thank you so much.
Support the women. So yes, you are welcome to support us.
Yes. And how can we support? How can somebody support?
I mean, in the tech space, it's more of encouraging other ladies, being mentors to other ladies, to girls, letting them understand the roles they can pick up in the tech industry, and actually showing them role models around the tech space. So women who are thriving in the tech space, you show them that, and those are the kind of things that you can do to encourage them and also support as a man in the tech space. Yeah.
Thank you so much for clarifying all of this for us. So now, everybody, let's watch a recap of what DevFest 2022 was.
welcome to ATU. We are having the Google DevFest 2022 here in Accra, and it'll be so wonderful. We have so many schools and communities here. We have King's University College here. We have the University of Ghana. We have UPSA, and so many schools here. We also have West Africa here. We have people from Ghana Tech Lab here. We have people coming from Google community and so many other communities. It's so funny. As you're having a nice time, so many people here, and it's been wow. Woo!
Hello, my name is Olorunfemi Elias Oyewole, and we're here at Accra Technical University for DevFest 2022. The program's been great so far. We've had sessions where we networked, we spoke to people, we learned how to grow our applications, be it web apps, mobile apps. We learned about marketing. So far, it's been a great experience. We've learned quite a lot.
Hello, so I have this wonderful guy here, and I'm going to have a chit chat with you. So, hi, what's your name?
My name is Victor Smart.
From?
It's you.
Wow. So, the hostel school is where you school. Also beautiful. So, how has been the program so far?
Well, the program has been very excellent. It's a lot of fun. We get to meet new people. We relate with them, get some skills from them, then get their contacts. Then that is it. It's very, very fun.
So, you've made new friends, new connections?
Of course, a lot. A lot. Okay, for me, one important thing I learned was how to manage my app.
Wow.
Let me say, for example, I'm a software developer, so I do use Flutter, then all this Android Studio and stuff. So, but how to manage it, how to do with the marketing and stuff. So, wow, I get to learn it over here, and I'm very, very happy now.
Oh, wow, that's great.
Sure.
Thank you for your time. I will see you again.
All right, thanks.
Hi, people of Ghana, people of Africa. I have this amazing young man here, so we just have to have a short talk and then know his experience in this program. So, hi, I'm Aja here.
Hello, I'm Cyril.
Nice to meet you, Sarah. How's been the program so far?
Well, it's been educative, and I've learned quite some few things from it. And I think they should be doing this more often to help us.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which school or community?
I'm at University of Education, Uniba.
Oh, beautiful. Have you learned anything you can apply in your field of education?
Well, I've learned a lot about that, but then I've learned another interesting off this year, like meeting one man called Mr. NS who flies the drone and talking more about it and stuff. And it has helped a lot.
Yeah, I believe you use the knowledge you to go into digital education.
Exactly.
Good.
Exactly.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
See you again.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Africa. Welcome to DevFest 2022, and we are at Accra Technical University. We have a lot of people, wonderful representatives coming to speak to us. We have representatives from Fido, Tunda, and we've learnt a lot. Next year, I don't want you to miss this wonderful program. It's going to be amazing.
Wow. I was muted though. I was speaking but muted, Charlie. This I'm on mute thing. So
I know.
yes, it's really it's the things that happen only when you are remote online. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, last year DevFest was really good, and I'm hoping tomorrow people enjoy themselves as much as they did last year.
Yes,
I mean, it's
that
bigger
was
and better this year, so we are hoping for the best.
yes. Can you just believe it? 1,000 people
1,000 people,
registered
that's
for
a
it.
lot. Even for our
Yes.
breakfast session, we had about 400 people registering for our breakfast session. So you guys come at 8 a.m. I'll be giving out the shirts myself for 50 people, first 50 people to attend.
Don't miss the shirt, oh. Don't miss
Don't
it, oh.
miss it. It's a
50
special swag.
people. Yo.
Just 50 people.
Just 50 people because there are 400 people who registered. So don't
Yep.
come and say I didn't get. So if you don't come early,
You won't get.
you won't get. So it's not.
But
on
you're
us.
welcome.
Yes,
But you're
you are
welcome.
Exactly. Please come. Still come. We never know.
Yeah.
You never know. You might meet the one who is going to hire your next co-founder. I don't know. I don't know. So just come, be here, come and hang out with us, come make new connections, come look for how do you call it new jobs, internship.
Yeah.
It's there. Everything is there.
Networking is very important.
Yes, networking is very, very important. So
yeah.
So if you had to say one thing about DevFest 2022, what would it be? Define it in just one word.
Okay, unfortunately, I didn't attend last year, but from the videos and pictures I saw, I would say it was very, very insightful. I mean, I watched the highlights and everything. It was very, very insightful. I'm hoping this year's own is more than it was last year. I mean, Shadak has put in a lot of work. Shadak and the team has put in a lot of work, so I
Yes,
know it will be very good, and people will learn a lot from it. Especially when we
yes.
are doing the day one today, which has about 10 speakers, and then tomorrow we have about at least 6 speakers. There's a lot of things to learn.
And what speakers, please? The speakers, the
The speakers,
speakers. Yes, because we're talking about
yeah, yeah,
quality, not just quantity, but quality.
quality,
So
yeah,
you have Abigail, you have Badebo, you have so many people that I know of. Ramat from Women in Tech, Women Tech
yeah,
Makers, right?
yeah,
That's
yeah.
your rep.
I
I
mean,
can't see this.
yeah.
Yes, that's your rep.
Wow. Yeah.
So
I mean,
we
MFA2
also
is
have
here to talk about data science.
yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. MFI is here. We also have Ephraim. He went to City JS Lagos.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, and it was really, really, really amazing. So
Interesting.
we don't just have speakers. We have speakers that are going to produce the best content. So it's not just
Yeah.
oh, I'm going because I'm going to hear people talking about how the web technologies or no, it's not about that. It's about the
Yeah.
quality you are going to get out of this event.
Yeah. And
Please
the exciting,
come.
yeah. And the exciting thing is that it's not for only professionals, it's for enthusiasts, it's for beginners. Everyone has their place in it. So yeah, you
Yes,
should be there.
yes. Yes, and an important topic too, the open source. Yes. So
Yeah.
we're going to talk
Yeah.
about that. Yes.
Yeah. Learning a lot
It-
about Google technologies too. So yeah.
oh, this is amazing. I hope you are watching and when you are watching, you get ready. Don't just be watching, because here, get
Be ready.
ready. And Roberta told you that come with your laptop tomorrow. Even
Yes.
now, if you can have
Even
your laptop ready, yes,
yeah.
get it ready. Wow, wow, DevFest. I'm doing it remotely. I'm not on site this year.
Oh, sorry for you.
Yeah.
We'll enjoy behind your back.
Don't enjoy behind my back. Send
We'll
me, send me,
enjoy.
send me.
We'll send you pictures.
Hey, Roberta, you send me pictures.
Oh yeah, I'll personally do that for you. I'll do live stream for you, dedicated to just
Okay, oh, no problem. No problem. I mean, I'm a woman. I'm a woman tech maker. So
yeah. So don't worry, you get all
you check.
angles.
Yes, I'll get all anger and we'll settle this offline. You don't
Yeah,
worry.
yeah. We'll do
Yes,
that offline.
we'll do that offline. Okay, so
Yeah.
we are getting ready for our first speaker. So people, get ready because Rafik is about to come up. I hope you are ready because Rafik is about to talk about creating and publishing Flutter packages to pub.dev. I'm not a Flutter dev. Roberta, have you ever had an encounter with Flutter or experience or built something or heard of it?
Yes, I have. I have used Flutter before to build a mobile app, but it never got out.
Mm,
It's still in my GitHub.
that's
One of
one
those
mark for
projects
you.
that you never finished. Yeah, at least I learned how to use it, but it's one of those
Exactly.
projects I never finished. So yeah.
Don't worry. It's not everything that will see the daylight.
Oh yeah,
Some,
no.
yeah, some will remain in the dark, and it's fine as long as we use them for how do you call it? As long as we use them for learning purposes.
Yeah,
We have
exactly.
to,
Exactly.
yes, yes. So I
The
just
whole
got
purpose is to learn.
notified.
So yeah.
Okay,
So I
okay.
think our
So
first speaker is ready.
yes, our first speaker is ready, and we are going to have Elias, and Mariam is going to be the moderator for Elias. Hi, Mariam. You're on mute. Don't worry. The usual. How are you?
Hi,
Welcome.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so
So our first speaker for today is by the
hmm,
name Olorufemi Elias Oyaliwa, speaking on .Android app, Note app with code operations and Android X Firebase. Let's welcome Olorufemi.
Hi, good morning.
good morning. Also, we are going to be backstage. So Mariam is going to handle you. So see you
All
around,
right.
everybody. See you.
Yep.
Hi Olorufemi,
Hey, Miriam.
I hope you are ready for this.
Yeah,
Alright,
fully
so
ready.
let's get started.
Okay. Right, everyone. Um, I'll just share my screen real quick. So, we're talking about building an Android Note app with CRUD operations. All right. So, an Android Note app with CRUD operations. Um, so, we'll be building a native app, right? And a native Android app. And Android is a platform developed by Google, an open source platform, and it powers billions of devices worldwide. I'm sure everyone is familiar with Android, right? It powers phones, tablets, watches, even your cars, right? So we'll be looking at building a native Android Note app today. And I know there's alternatives to building a native app, right? We have platforms like React Native, we have Flutter, we have Xamarin, Ionic, and so on. But native still has some advantages over um, the cross-platform frameworks, right? We have optimized performance, right? Because native apps tap directly to, or they can interface directly to the operating system, sometimes even hardware. You have access to device features, enhanced user experience, right? Because you have access to the exact UI components for that platform. You also have platform specific features, right? So sometimes there's a feature out for Android, and it takes a while for it to get to Flutter or React Native or something like that. So that's not a limitation when it comes to native applications, right? And we'll be building our app with Kotlin, and Kotlin is Google's preferred programming language for Android applications, right? Kotlin is expressive, it's concise, so it Kotlin tries to do as much as possible in a little amount of code, right? You notice with Java, if you compare Kotlin to Java, because Kotlin is built on Java, Kotlin makes it a lot easier to do more in a short line of code. Kotlin is portable, it's type safe. The type safety is my favorite feature of Kotlin actually. It makes it a lot easier to find bugs. You don't have to deploy code that might have a null safety exception or something like that. And it's also well supported, whether that's IDE support or um, community support. All that is available when you're using Kotlin, right? And obviously for our app, we need a database. So we'll be making use of Firebase. So Android, Kotlin, and Firebase, right? Firebase is a comprehensive app development platform developed by Google as well. It allows developers to build high quality apps without having to worry about servers, scalability, and compatibility, right? So you don't need to worry about managing servers or your scalability, your performance, and compatibility. You don't have to worry about that either because Firebase provides SDKs for multiple platforms, whether that's Android, iOS, Flutter, or web, even Unity. If you're building video games, you can use Flutter to build out your video games, right? And Firebase provides a lot of services to make this possible. Right? These are just a few of them. We have Firebase hosting, real-time database. We have cloud functions, remote config, authentication, app distribution, Firestore, and so on. Right? A lot of features, a lot of services that makes it easy for you to build your applications out. Right? Um, Now we need a database for our application. Right? So let's pick one, because Firebase actually has two options here. You have the real-time database and you have Firestore, right? So Firestore is the new guy in town, right? It's been around for a while, but real-time database has been around longer. And Firestore provides a lot of extra features like advanced querying and better scalability. But I think the real-time database will do just fine for our app here, right? So we'll be creating a real-time database in Firebase, right? So let's go through the process of creating a project, and then we'll build out our real-time database. So first, you want to log into your Firebase console at console.firebase.google.com, right? So I'll just go through my slides here, but you can try that over at your end. So console.firebase.google.com, and you should see a console something like this once you're logged in. If you don't have any projects, you won't see these, but you can just click on add a project here, right? And then you want to name your project, right? So you give your project a name. For this case, we have our Note app, right? So you name your project and then you click on continue. And the next step, you want to disable Google Analytics, because we don't really need that for this app. It's just a simple Note app, even though analytic tools help with creating high quality applications, right? So you want to create your project here, and you should see a page something like this once it's done, right? So once you are in your Note app project, right, you want to go over to the navigation on the left side, and under build, right, you can see build, release and monitor, analytics, engage. So under build, go for real-time database, and then you want to click on create database, right? So this would give you two options, right? You have your database option for the location of your database. So I go with Belgium. I think this is the closest to us here. We have United States and Singapore, but I usually go with Belgium. So go with Belgium, and then the security rules. So I'll start in test mode, because if you start in locked mode, you can't access the database. In test mode, it just gives access to all the nodes on your database. We look at nodes in just a second. So we start in test mode, and I'll just jump over to my Firebase project here, right? So this is what your real-time database would look like, right? We have the rules over here. So Firebase rules is how you set up your project for security, right? You don't want just anyone to have access to the data in your database. So we have Firebase rules to protect your users' data, right? So here, this is some pretty basic rules. It just says read is allowed and write is allowed until a certain date. So this is the date where the read is allowed to. I think this is 15th of December. So I can change this to just say true, and then it's just allowed permanently, right? But I'll keep it like this. Now, if we go back to our database, so let's try and understand the structure of a Firebase database. Okay, it's loading up. Give it a second. Right. So the Firebase database actually works. It's quite similar to your SQL database, even though this is a NoSQL system, right? You work with nodes. So on your SQL database, something like Oracle or something, you would have tables. So your tables is used to hold your data, right? So, for example, in the case of our notes over here, you would have your notes table, and then you would have fields, right? So like the title or the content, the ID, right? Your primary key. But here we have nodes, NODES, right? So this is our note node, right? And then it has children. So nodes and children is how you handle data in Firebase, right? So here we have a key. So this would be your unique ID for this note, right? Under the notes node, it has two children, right? And they have their own unique key. So this is like your primary key in your SQL database, right? So each note has its own key, right? And you can see it has two attributes here. You have the title and the content, right? So my note has a title here, meeting agenda, and the content discuss project timelines and team assignments. So this is just how it works. And if you export your database, you can export it because it's actually in JSON. So Firebase actually has the real-time database built in JSON. So your data is stored with JSON. It's object notation. So you can see here your notes node, and then an object is opened, and then you have the list of those two notes, right? So this is basically the structure of your real-time database, right? Next, let's look at creating our Android project. All right, so you want to connect Android or your Android app to um, you want to create an Android app and connect it to Firebase, right? So the next step is just to create your Android project, right? So you can open up Android Studio. I think if you don't have any apps in Android Studio, you should see your new project button right here in the center. But new project, you just click on new project there. And I'm going with the views activity. If you're using Compose, which is the new framework, that's perfect. You can still use Compose, right? You just need to get your data from Firebase and you can send it to your composables, right? Next, you want to name your app, right? So you give it a name. I'm going with the language as Kotlin and then the minimum SDK as API 24, which is Android 7, right? And next, I'll just jump into Android Studio. I've built out the app completely actually because of time, but we can take a look at my setup here. All right, so I'll just open up our Gradle file here. So this is my app Gradle. I have the compile SDK as 34 and same as the target SDK, 34. All right, I think I'll just increase the font sizing here so we can see this better. Okay. Let's see if this. Okay. Okay, hopefully you can see this better. Right, so our target SDK and compile SDK are both 34. I also have view binding as a build feature, just so I can call my views a lot quicker. And I also have some dependencies for fragment navigation, right? I also have a plugin here to add to that, the Safe Arcs plugin. And we have Firebase database. This dependency will be added when you connect your project, but it's already here because I already connected earlier. But I'll go through the process of connecting to Firebase with your Android Studio. We also have lifecycle components here for live data and view model, right? On my project level Gradle, I also have the other part of the nav safe arcs here, right? So this is basically the setup. And you'll notice I have a main activity and I have two fragments here. So I have my main activity and two fragments, the home fragment and the edit fragment, right? So I simply set up a recycler view, a fragment container view in my main activity, right? So I'm going to host those two fragments from this activity. All right, so basically my home fragment looks something like this, right? So now let's start with reading data from that database, right? We want to get those notes from the database. I think I have just two notes here right now. We'll see those two notes in just a second. Right, so let's connect our Android project to Firebase, right? So all you need to do is jump over to Tools, then go for Firebase right here. And then you should see this assistant on the right side of your screen. So just go for real-time database right here, then get started with real-time database. So there's two buttons that are usually here, right? There's one to connect to Firebase and there's one to add the dependencies. I already have that dependency set up, so I'm just going to connect. So you click on connect, and that will open up the Firebase console, right? So it opens up the Firebase console so you can select your project. So I'm going with my Note app, right? You click on Note app. Okay, so now they're connected. You just click connect here. All right, so your Android Studio project is now connected to your Firebase app, and that should be it. So if I go back to Android Studio, there's a notification down here. It says I'm connected. Same here. Okay. If you have any questions at this point, you can leave them in the chat and then I'll answer them as we go on. Right. So first, let's deal with reading our data. Right. We want to get those notes from the database. So let's take a look at our note item. I've created a little view here to represent each note item. So it's like a card, right? Represents each note. So we have one text view here to hold the note title, and then we have one here for the preview. So it just shows a bit of the note content, right? And then of course to the right you have your delete button. So we'll be looking at deleting the note as well. Okay. And the note items obviously will be showing up in our home fragment. So I've set up a recycler view in our home fragment. And I also have a floating action button here to add a new note. We'll touch on that in a second, right? So the recycler view will display those note items as we get them from Firebase, right? So if I go over to my view model, which is where the code to fetch our notes are, right here. So we have our function here to get our notes from Firebase, right? So it says here, fetch notes. This is the name of our function. And you notice there's something here called DB notes. So what exactly is that? So what we have here are database references, right? So I've created a private variable in our view model, right? And it says database. So this is our database instance. So it says here Firebase database.get instance. So this would be the instance of our Firebase that we use to call any node in that database, right? And then I created a reference to our notes node, right? If you remember, we said the tables in your database here that they're called nodes, right? So this reference goes to the notes node. So I'm seeing your database.reference.child. So this is a child of the database, right? So even though it's a node, it's also a child of the database, right? So the child constants.node node. So this is actually a constant I made somewhere else, but it says note, which is exactly what we have in our database. So it says note here, right? Our database says note here. It's the same name I have in Android Studio over here. Okay. Right. So back to our method, fetch notes, right? So that reference, DB notes, I'm simply adding a listener to it. So it says here, add listener for single value event, right? So the difference between a few of these listeners, I think we have about 3. So I'm using add listener for single value event here. What this does is it makes a single call, a one-time call to your database, right? So once this is done, it will get your data and that's it. But we have other listeners we can use. You can use add value event listener. You can use add child event listener. I think value event listener will give you a continuous, a real-time listener, right? So every single time there's a change in your database, you get a new copy, right? You can also use add child event listener, which actually updates only when there's a change to a node in your database. So it will give you updates for the nodes, whilst value event listener will give you updates for the entire thing, right? So I'm using single value event here. I just want to get a single copy and then I'll move on with that. We can refresh it later if we want to, right? So inside our listener, we are overriding 2 methods. We have on data change and we have on cancelled. So we'll handle errors in on cancelled, but let's go over on data change first. Right. So on data change, you notice we have a parameter here, a data snapshot. So when you get data from the real-time database, you get it as a snapshot, right? So here we're saying if the snapshot exists, right, then we're going to send in our notes, right? So I have a variable here, right, a list to hold those notes, right? It has a type of note, right? So we'll look at that data class in a second, right? So I have a for loop here. So I'm saying for note snapshots in snapshots.children. So I'm getting the snapshot from the database for the notes node, and I'm getting each child out of that note. And here's what we're doing with that. We have a variable for notes. So this is a single note, and I'm saying note snapshot.get value, and then we have a note class.java. So what we're doing here is we're taking the data from Firebase and we're converting it to a Kotlin class, right? So the data in Firebase is in JSON, right? We're simply taking that and we're converting it to a class we can use right here in Android Studio. So the first thing I'm doing is taking that note and I'm setting the ID to the key of that Firebase node, right? If you remember, we said we have keys here, but I don't have ID as one of the attributes here. So I'm just taking the key and I'm setting it as the ID of the node, right? Now I'm saying here, if note is not null, then add it to the list. So once we get a note, we add it to this list here. And at the end of this for loop, we're simply adding that list to a note list up here, which is actually a live data. So what live data is pretty much a variable, except that you can observe this variable, right? You can observe changes happening to that variable in real time. So I'm going to observe this live data later, and once there's a change in the database, or once we get data from the database, it would show up with our notes, right? So now that we've connected our app to Firebase, we can actually make this call, right? So we have an adapter right here, and this adapter is just going to take that list of notes. So I'm setting the notes with this method here, set notes, right? So I'll set the notes list that we get from Firebase in here, and then for each note, I'm simply taking the note item, and I'll say, okay, holder.title.text equals note item.title. So if you remember the note item we made earlier, right? So once I get the note, I'm going to take the title from the database and I'll put it in this text field, and then I'll take the content, and I'll put that in our preview over here, right? So we have a preview text view, and I've written a little code here to filter our text for the content. So if the content is longer than 45 characters, I'm simply cutting it off at 45. So I'm saying, okay, go from 0 to 45. So we don't go into more lines with our preview. I just want a short preview, right? So we'll look at the delete and item view a bit later. Let's run the app and see how it looks. Okay, it says installed successfully. Let me put my emulator on screen. All right, so we have our app on screen, right? So this is exactly what we have in our database, right? We have this one says meeting agenda, right? Meeting agenda, and we have one for grocery list, right? So if we click on either of these notes, we can see the complete content of the notes, because the preview stops at 45 characters, right? So this is basically our notes list showing up, right? So now we're able to read that data. So we got a listener, right? We listened to our database, we got that data, and now we are filling it into our recycler view with the adapter. Okay. So now let's deal with creating a new note. So we have a button right here, as I said earlier, a floating action button in our home fragment. So the floating action button would actually take us to our edit fragment, right? And as I said earlier, the edit fragment, we use that for both creating a new note and for editing the note, right? Okay, so if I go over to my home fragment, I have a little on-click listener here for our new button. So you notice there's a piece of code here, view model. I'm calling my view model, my note view model, and I'm saying clear selected note. So there's a method in our view model for clearing a selected note. Right. So what does this do? It simply sets our selected note to null. And selected note is another live data I added here. So we're going to be observing selected note to tell if the user has either clicked on a note that is already existing, or if they're trying to create a new note, right? So if I set it to null right before going over to the edit fragment, then we know, okay, we're creating a new note. But if there's a selected note in there and we get to the edit fragment, then we would say, okay, we're editing a note. All right, so we'll look at how that works in just a second. But once you click on that button, we go over to edit fragment. And you notice here, if you, right when you're done with filling in your notes, right, there's a save button, right? So there's an on-click listener for that save button as well. So we have two variables, title and content, right? For title, we're simply taking the title from our view here, right? And we're taking that same thing for the content. Now, I have an if statement here. It says if selected note is not equal to null. So that means if we've selected a note, right? Now, the reason why I'm using selected note in the view model is because view models allow for persistence, right? So if your activity was to crash, right, or if you were to if there was anything to affect your activity lifecycle, right, you would still have the data in your view model. But if we were to pass the data as an argument between the two fragments, then that might cause an issue, right? Because if you somehow lost your activity, whatever data was in that fragment would be gone too, right? So that's why we use the view model for persistence. So if I place this here, even turning your phone to a landscape mode would actually cause you to lose the data in that fragment because it gets recreated, right? So the view model is here just for persistence, right? And you notice in my edit fragment, I created my note view model by activity view models. So the reason for this is instead of view models alone, I'm using activity view models. Since our two fragments are inside the activity, right? They are hosted in the activity. It means that any data that's in the view model can be accessed by both the fragments at the same time. So I can put data there while I'm in the home fragment, and I can go to the edit fragment and I can still get that data. I can still access that data, right? So the view model allows us to just pass data between those two fragments without any issue, right? So since we're creating a new note, this is what we do here, right? We create a new object, right? So we'll take that title and we'll add it to our note data class, and we'll take the content, we add that to our note data class as well, and then we'll create note. So we're running a function in our view model here called create note. We'll look at that in a second. Let's check out our note data class first. Okay, so this is what our data class looks like, right? So we have three main attributes. We have ID, title, and content. So now you're wondering, how come we didn't see ID in the database, right? If I go over to the database, you notice there's no ID here. We only have content and title. The reason our ID is not showing up is because of this annotation over here, get exclude, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm excluding the ID from any upload you make to Firebase. So anytime I send a note to Firebase, it will skip the ID because of get exclude, right? The reason I'm doing this is because we have a key, right? In our database, we have keys. So if I was to send ID as well, we'll have the key, and then the ID is also the key. It's fine to do that actually. There's no problem with doing that, but I just prefer to skip the ID when I'm uploading. We just set it as the key and we'll move on. All right. So what we have here, we have just equals and hash code. I didn't actually make these myself. You can generate this. So you just right click here on your class name, right? Click on generate equals and hash code. So I already have it set up. I can clear it up and then do it again, right? Okay, so I can just right click on note, generate equals and hash code. Then you select all your variables here, select, and then create it. So it will just automatically create that for you. You don't have to worry about creating that. One more thing in our data class here is we are making them strings, right? But they are all nullable. And then I also have a default value, right? An empty string. The reason for this is just as we saw earlier, right? There's no ID in our database here. So oftentimes the data in your JSON in Firebase is not the same as the class you have here. And that might cause an issue if your programming language is very strict on data types. So I have a default value to make sure that even if something is missing in the Firebase side, you don't have to worry about it here, right? So that's it for our note data class. Now, if I head back to our edit fragment, this is where we were, right? Create a note. So over in the view model, we have a create note method. And creating a note, editing a note, and deleting a note are actually quite similar. So here's the thing. We want to create a new note, right? Which means we need a new key. So this is what we do. We simply take the notes that we sent, right? Which is what we typed in, the title and the content, right? And now I'm adding an ID to it. So I'm saying, okay, my notes reference, DB notes, right? Dot push, dot key. So what this does is it gives me a unique key. So our unique ID or our private key for this new note, right? So now I have a note key or note ID, and then I can send the new note to that ID. So I'm just going to say here DB notes, which is our note reference again, dot child, and then in brackets you have the note ID or in parentheses, right? And then I'll set value to note, right? So once you set the value to note, it just sends that data class and it sends it over to Firebase. So we'll see how that works in just a second. What I have else here is an on-success listener and then an on-failure listener. So for the on-success listener, I'm simply setting our note updated live data to true. So you notice I'm using a lot of live data here so that we can have some responsiveness. So we can tell when, okay, we successfully sent our note. And then if there's a failure, of course, we have an exception here. So we can handle the exception with our result live data. So let's try that out, right? So if I click on this plus here, we go over to our edit notes, right? So you can see here, okay, note 1, right? And I can change, I can say, okay, maybe this is my first note, something like this. And I'll just put this in the background here. So you can see the new record gets added to the database in real time, right? So you can see that there's a new addition to our database. If I pull this down, you can see content. This is my first note. And the title is note 1, right? So basically, this is it for creating a new note. You simply set a value for that new key that you just created, right? Now let's deal with updating the notes. So this is still tied into our selected note, right? So for updating the note, it starts actually from your adapter, right? So in my unbind view holder function, which we are overriding, you notice there's an item view, right? So the item view actually represents your entire card for that note. So this entire card, if you click on the card, which means if you click on the note, it should perform something, right? So I'm actually calling a method in our fragment. Fragment is a parameter in our adapter. Sorry about that. There's some noise outside. Okay. Right. So fragment is a parameter in our note adapter. And you can see here it has a type of home fragment. So basically, I'm using my home fragment as a parameter in my adapter. So I can call methods from inside my home fragment, right? So what I'm doing here is calling an open note method in my home fragment. And in the open note method, what am I doing? I'm calling another method from my view model, right? It says here set selected note, right? So the reason I couldn't call view model from the adapter is you would need to create an object of the view model, right? And then you will need context. But since I can call my fragment in the adapter, I can simply just use the fragment context in the fragment itself, right? So set selected note, right? I'm setting it to the note that the user clicked on. That's basically what we're doing here. So once you've set it to the note the user clicked on, you can now navigate to the edit fragment, right? So over in the edit fragment, there's another piece of code here, right? It says here, so I'm setting the selected notes to what I get from the view model, first of all, right? And now if the selected note is not null, then what I do is I take whatever is in that selected note, right? And I take the title and I place it in the field. So basically, once I click on meeting agenda, I'll take the title and place it in the field directly, take the note and put it in the field directly. So the user can tell, okay, this is my note I clicked on. And then one more thing, I've changed the text on our button from create note to save note. So now I'm changing the text on there to make sure that the user can tell that, okay, this is a different screen, right? And now back to our save button, right? There's a if statement for when the selected note is not null, right? So when it's not null, I simply create the same object, right? We take the title, we take the content, just like we did with creating a note. But this time we have the ID, right? We don't need to create a new ID because we already have the ID from the note we selected, right? So the next thing is just to click on, just to update our notes. So we have a function for that as well, right? So update note. And our update note method is exactly the same as our create note. The only difference is we are not creating a new key, right? So we're just saying here db notes, so our note reference, dot child note.id. So the ID of the note that the user clicked on, then set value to note. So we're now setting the value to the new note that the user has typed in, right? And then we have the same on success and on failure listeners, right? So let's see how that works over here. So I can make some changes to this one here. Maybe I'm taking off and team assignments here. I'll just get rid of that. Right. So I'll say meeting agenda. I've changed this, right? So again, we can look at the change happening in real time, right? So if I click on save note, you can see the content gets updated. We can try it again with our note here. Maybe make this note 2. And this is my second note, right? Save note. And then you can see the change happen live. So editing the note and creating the note are pretty much the same function, except we're not creating a new key. That's it, right? And finally, let's handle deleting the note, right? So back to our adapter, there's actually another on-click listener. So this one is just for our delete button, right? We have a delete button inside. that that view, right? It's actually an image button component here, right? So right there, the delete button. So if you click on that delete button, what happens? I'm actually calling on that method from our fragment. So this one says delete note, right? So if I follow this link here, right? So we're taking the note item again. So we take the note, and then we say here, we call our view models delete method, right? But I'm also doing something else. I'm fetching notes again. So what I'm doing here is I'm deleting the note, but now the record is changed. But we said our fetch note is a one-time listener. So it means it's not going to get it in real time. So I'm just calling fetch notes again so that it gets the new set of notes. And this is not the best way to do it, because if you have a large record, this could affect your performance, but it's not too much trouble here. We just have 3 notes in our database. So if I go over to delete notes, again, I said it's pretty similar, right? So you have your note reference, dot child, then the note ID. Now we're setting the value to null. So basically, this is how you delete a record in Firebase real-time database. You just set the value to null. That's it. So once you set it to null, it gets rid of the entire record. And I also have my on success and on failure listeners as usual, right? So now I can delete this note here, note 2. I'll just delete this, right? Once I click on that, okay, so you can see this record gets removed from our database. I can do the same here with our grocery list. Now it's gone again, right? So that is basically it for create, read, update, delete, right? So just some basic methods to call to Firebase, and this is only possible by the SDKs that are available for Android and many other platforms like that. So Firebase makes it really easy to interact with your database, interact with any service actually that you're using over on Firebase. So I hope the session was great. If you have any questions, again, you can leave it down in the comments. And if you want the complete app, you can find it at this repository right here. So it's named Note App Demo DevFest Accra 2023. All right.
Hi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful and insightful application. It was amazing.
Sure.
See, nothing can defeat the Almighty to do app. Nothing. Like, it's
I
an
know, right?
almighty, yes, it's an almighty
I have to
app.
build it to do app every time.
Oh, if you have any questions, you better ask. Ask the question right now. Ask the question. We're here for you. We're going to answer it. And if you have no questions, no problem. If you want the code, is made it available. So just don't be shy. Shoot your shot. Okay, I see there are no questions. Thank you
All
so
right.
much,
It's very clear.
Elias. Thank you. I've learned a lot. I never built an app in Flutter before, but this was quite catchy and it was fast, pretty fast with Firebase.
Yeah. Firebase makes it a lot easier to just build something out in a few hours. Yeah.
Okay. So does it take long to learn this Firebase if you're a beginner?
Oh, not at all. Firebase doesn't really take long, especially something like the database or authentication. It's just a few minutes watching the tutorial, you can pick it up. Right.
All right. That's really great. Thank you so much. Don't forget to follow him on all his social media. He's always available. He's in the chat. So if you still have questions, please ask. Thank you so much for passing by. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
See you soon.
Yeah.
All right. So guys, I said it, and I'll say it again. The Almighty to do app. Just do it. Don't believe anybody that says it's not important. It's giving you an insight of what a full stack dev does. And if you want the full blow, the hit itself, oh yeah, enter full stack software development. It's yours. Don't worry. But yeah, but now we're going to watch another recap of DevFest 2022. So I'll catch you up later. Oh, I was already dancing to the song. Oh, my goodness. Next time, let's play some Shatawali, so that everybody will just show the latest moves. So if you haven't signed up to subscribe to our channel, please do get the latest gists about what's happening in the tech world with DGD Accra. Just subscribe and be free, okay? Subscribing is free. Subscribing is free. Free of charge, zero, and not even one CD pay. Zero. Totally free. So it's been amazing so far. We've had one talk, we have one keynote, and we are really, really ready to continue the party. If you're on YouTube, if you're on X, if you are on LinkedIn, Facebook, not too much. I don't actually check my Facebook. When was the last time I even checked my account? I can't even remember. But anyways, wherever you are, wherever your friends are, please let them know that we are vibing here, that it's fun here, that they can always join. Also, whenever you are participating, make sure they see your face on the camera, because me, I was looking for my face throughout these small videos that we've been playing all along. I was like, hey, where am I? Where am I? Until I saw myself, I was like, okay, I rep. Let me just rep very well. So yeah. So who is here? Just tell me where you are joining us from. Just show how do you say hello? How do you say tech in your language? That's actually a good challenge that I was actually giving to one of my friends. And he was like, oh, but tech didn't existed back then. So we don't have an actual word for tech. But then let's create it. Let's create it. If you could create one thing in, let me just say JavaScript. What will you create? How will you say JavaScript in your language? Chi or Ewe or Ga? How will you say this? I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to be creative and, just to have the party ongoing. So get ready because our next speaker is soon here. And don't worry if we are sometimes going over time. This is what happens when we have, how do I call it, not on-site sessions. The remote sessions, people can sometimes have issues with their internet. They are all mostly not available when the time is. And then we also have time zone challenges because sometimes the speakers are not in the country. So especially when it's remote like this. So yeah. Just feel free, okay? Let me read the comments.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm back.
I thought you had left me.
Oh no, I can't.
Yes.
Now we are done with Flutter.
Yes. We are done with
Yeah.
I'll go and copy the code and paste it somewhere. Don't even joke. I'm learning it.
I mean, Flutter is. People are building a lot of things with Flutter. They are doing well. You should learn. Yeah. You are going to read the comment section. What are they saying? I mean, if you don't have use for it, unless you want to learn for yourself, that's fine.
Wait. I see fire everywhere. The comment section is full of fire.
That means
so you people, you don't ask questions. You are just fire. It's just fire everywhere. No questions. Okay, build to do app in every language. That's a good point, King Elias. Yes, that's a really good point. Okay, yes, of course you can use Python for the same project. You can definitely use Python for the same project. Oh. Okay, everybody's just meeting up and just connecting and just having fun.
That's nice. Okay.
Etonam is here. Please, our one and only DGE in Accra, Ghana.
The chief Flutter dev.
Charlie. He's here. He's always representing. Hello, Ramat. Hello, everyone. Hello, Adiza. Hello, Godfred.
Okay, William asked if you could come tomorrow without registering. Yes, you could come.
Okay. Yeah, the app was nice, so that one is true.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it's very simple to get that within some minutes, that's very impressive.
Very impressive. Very impressive, because I didn't know you could actually get it this fast.
Yeah.
Continue to comment, but I've not seen. Do you guys tag us on X or LinkedIn? Snap pictures. Let's make it. Let's feel the heat. Those who are not here, let's light it up so that when they come tomorrow, they will be like in the vibe already. Because it's a 2-day thing, not a 1 day. So it's a 2-day thing. So we are starting today. Okay, and then tomorrow we continue. And tomorrow has to be bigger. Oh, because that one is physical now. When you go, you talk to the person that you always see on camera or on live stream. This one is physical. See, Roberta is here. She did not attend last year. Woman Take Maker. Any question that you have, go and ask her. Any question, just go and ask her. She will answer. She has all the answers to women tech
Questions
makers.
are welcome.
Yes. Yes. So don't be shy. Who said Kaswa is not a country? Kaswa can be a
Somebody
country.
said he's joining from the country of Kaswa.
Okay. Godfred. Hey! Okay. I didn't know you could
I mean,
fly
it's
from
impressive that
Kaswa.
a lot of people are actually watching. Like, that's very impressive.
Yes, it is.
So while we wait for the next speaker, okay.
Eh. You said chief for Python is Oni. Please, Roberta,
What
correct
does
me
that
if I'm
mean?
wrong. I don't
I even
know.
don't know what that is. I don't think it's this one. I don't understand what it is. Onyini.
Oni.
I don't know.
Phineas, please explain. Expand.
Oh, okay. So
Mm-hmm.
Python is like, you see, Python is snake. So he's
Yes.
saying tree for that snake is Onyini in tree.
Ah, I see.
I myself had no idea because I don't understand.
I see. Well, yeah. So this one, at least we have direct translation because there is an
Yeah.
actual animal like this.
Yeah. So that you can get the tree one for it.
But the rest, yeah, we are all lost. Let's get creative, okay? We too. Let's get creative.
You should say what it is in your language now. Tell us what Python is in your language. At least you are learning.
New, new,
No,
new.
you are
Yes.
mentioning half of my name. Oh.
Don't worry. It's just something short
Okay.
now. Don't worry,
Okay,
okay?
guys. Femi is here to answer any questions you had with the Flutter development. If you have any questions, please drop it so that we can ask him.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Wait IT Solutions, or is it Wait? I hope I pronounce it well. Oh.
Yeah.
Can we try the same project with Python Flex library? That's the question he's asking.
Okay, I'm not too familiar with the Flet library. I think that's a Flutter thing, right? I know
Yeah.
Firebase has a SDK for Flutter. So once you're able to interface with Flutter, you're okay with that. So Firebase has SDKs for Flutter, Android, Unity, iOS, and so on.
Okay. Thank you very much. Wait IT Solutions. I hope the question, the answer is okay with you. Hello, Blossom.
Okay, guys, while you are here, please don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel so that you'd get updates on today's event and also tomorrow's events and any other events we'll be having.
So, Elias, sorry. Oh, it's gone already. Oh. So since you were here, I just wanted to ask a question because one of our speakers, and you can't miss the opportunity to ask if you can. Okay. So I wanted to know, um, where should somebody start? Is it really difficult to start with Flutter? And do you need a good laptop? Because me, there was a time I had a laptop, even running an emulator, it was bad though. So do you have a recommendation? Help us,
Uh,
please.
so I'm actually this app was actually an Android app, native Android. So it's not Flutter, but
Okay.
they're quite similar. I think you do need some power before you can develop apps like this, because it's not the same as web development.
Yeah.
Usually,
Yeah.
HTML, CSS is just text files, but it's a lot heavier with Android. I actually have trouble running um, an emulator as well. It's sometimes just buggy. So I'm actually using my phone and I'm projecting that on the computer. So you do
One of the reasons I gave up on mobile development.
Yes. Me too.
apps.
Yes.
Okay, someone has a question here. He says he had a warning when downloading the Flutter. Do not install Flutter directly in the. Ah, Femi, can you help him out? While we are on the topic
I
of mobile development and its wahala.
I think we keep getting questions about Flutter. I'm an Android developer, but yeah, you don't want to. Yeah.
I think his own is a privilege
So
issue, so maybe you should check his settings.
Flutter, yeah, you don't install Flutter in directory of your Flutter. I don't think it's a setting issue. Usually, when you install the Flutter SDK, you don't want to install it in a folder. You want to drop it in the root location. I think that's what the warning is about.
Well, he says, well, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Using that you could try that and let us know if it works for you.
Yeah, but I think there's some Flutter seniors in the chat, so they can help with that as well.
Yeah, Etonam and the rest.
Yes. Yes. So we are debugging on the fly. So please help us. Hello, Aquele. Welcome. Welcome. You've been here since.
Okay, so someone has given a solution. He
Mm-hmm.
or she says it's not advisable to install at that directly. Install to your C drive. So please search for your C
Yeah,
drive and then install Flutter directly there so that it will work for you.
right. Yeah, so the warning is talking about putting it in program files. So you just want to
Hey, looks like we have a tree battle ongoing.
Yeah, someone says Aquila says Onini is fancy now. It's called Onini.
No problem. We are all learning. Everything we learn.
Yeah. It's for me too, yeah. Okay. You've seen the question, right?
Okay, I think there's another question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. So it's between Flutter and Android native. If you want to build something quick and go to the market, which one will I choose? Um, I mean, you can write one single code, source code, and then deploy it for iOS and Android. But then you do have to have some knowledge in both iOS and Android development. So it's like the learning curve is a bit higher. But if you just want an Android app, I think Android native is the best to build Android apps.
Hmm. Okay. Wow. Nice. It's just the emulator my problem. All this. It's very nice.
It's
It's
very
just the
nice that
emulator
you have to run the studio and all those stuff, right?
but hey, it's costing. So me, it's just I will get to you guys. I will join you guys when the time comes. But for now, let me just attend, look at the code and read it because I don't want my
You
laptop
can
to
you can
start.
skip the emulator. You can skip the
Okay,
emulator, just use your phone.
and it won't give me problems. Are you sure? Because I was also scared to use it. I don't have two. I
Yeah,
only have
because
one. Uh,
running the emulator is just like running under IDE. It's like running Android
okay.
Studio twice. So you can just use an emulator, use your phone, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
and then run your app there.
Okay.
As
I'll
long as you're
try
not
that.
testing malicious.
That's the point. But you don't worry. We'll get there. We'll cross the bridge when we get there, as they say. Okay, so we have somebody who is already happy to see us tomorrow with IT solutions. So he can't wait to you guys tomorrow. Hey, hey, yes, we are all happy, Charlie. We'll see you tomorrow. Those who can. I don't want to start crying here on a live stream because I won't be able to make it. But come, we never know. Might be a surprise. We don't know. Just show up. Always show up. Okay. So Godfred has another question. Um, can you ignore that part and build that in Jet Compose and the rest in XML, or it's not good of a mix? I mean, so Femi, on the recycle view building in Android, yes. So on the recycle view building with Android, can you ignore that part and build that in Jet Compose and the rest in XML, or it's not a good mix?
I think he's trying to get back on.
Okay.
Oh, Femi, can you hear?
Oh. And these are the issues with live streams, but they are not issues because we are still having fun. So he's going to attend to you. He will answer you. Don't worry about anything. Just follow him, chase him wherever he is, whichever social media he is. Just go there, copy the question, paste it there. He will answer. Don't worry, okay?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of questions here for him.
Yes, a couple of questions.
Oh, he's gone off again.
Okay, next speaker. All right. So now we move on to the next. Our next speaker is soon here. So who is ready? Who is ready? Who is ready? Let me check my list first. I don't want to say something then. Program outline. Yes. So okay. So Badebo is here. Badebo, are you here? Are you with us? So while he's setting up,
Samira joined.
hey Samira, hello Ramat, hello Samira. Welcome to the stream. Always good to have you here. Okay, Frema,
Hi.
hello.
Yeah.
How are
Hello.
you?
Fine, thank you. How about you?
I'm also great. Thanks for joining.
Thank you very much for having me. I believe Badebo is probably setting up.
Yep.
Then I could do an introduction for him to start his session.
Okay, see you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I believe there's been a lot of things going on, and you have learned a lot. Just give us a couple of minutes as we welcome the next speaker. Okay, so for this very session, we have OAuth done right, best practices for protecting user data. And this would be handled by no other person than Gbadebo Bello, who is a software engineer and community advocate at Postman. So Gbadebo, you're
Hi everyone. Just to be sure, can everyone hear me? Okay, great. So my name is Gbadebo, but you can call me Debo. Currently, I work as a developer relations engineer at Postman, and what that means is I work with the developer relations team. Occasionally get to attend events like this one, get to speak, do a bit of advocacy stuff, act as an engineering support for the DevRel team internally. And for those who don't know what Postman is an API platform that makes it easy for you to work with APIs across the entire API development lifecycle. It's really nice getting to spend some time with the community. The last time I attended DevFest Accra was, I think, in 2019 in person, and it was really amazing. So I've sort of been watching from the sides, and it's been really nice to see what the organizers have been doing with the conference. So it's really good to be back here speaking at this event. Um, Let me share my screen and put my slides up. Please just a minute. I'm trying to put my slides up. Okay. Google Slides. Sorry, authentication is on the way. It's asking me to add the slides from my Google account. So I'm having to input my password and all of that. But yeah, it should be up in a few minutes. Okay, it's coming up. It's taking a while, still processing. But yeah, while the slides is coming up, I'll just talk through what I'm going to be talking about today. So yeah, it's up now. Please confirm if you could see my slide. Okay, awesome. So today we'll be talking about what's done right, best practices for protecting user data. And for those who have not heard about OAuth before, I'll be explaining that briefly, but let's walk through the agenda. So the first thing we'll be doing is we'll be introducing the OAuth 2.0 authorization framework, and talking briefly about it. Then we'll have some demo around OAuth and talk a bit about why you should use OAuth 2.0, go over some of the best practices for using OAuth for providers and developers that are integrating it into their applications. And then we'll talk a bit about some of the challenges that occur when you're implementing OAuth 2.0. So what is OAuth 2.0? Before I explain what OAuth is, I would like to take a step back to talk a bit about authorization and authentication. So, when you sign up onto a platform and you're trying to gain access, where you are inputting your username and your password, or your email and your password, that entire flow is called authentication. And essentially what you're doing is you're telling that application that, hey, this is me. and I am who I claim to be, right? So give me access to my account. But when you have access to your account, you want to access different resources on that platform. That's when authorization come in. You need to you need to be authorized to access certain resources. So for example, if I log into my Google account, for example, and I perhaps want to um perhaps view an admin dashboard or something, I need to have a form of authorization that ensures that I'm able to view it. So let's say I have a Google account, for example. I want to use some of their services. Let's say I want to use GCP, for example. There needs to be some form of authorization that is telling Google that this person is trying to access GCP, and this person has made payment and done everything needed to access this resource. So authentication is sort of like you're who you say you are, while authorization is sort of like you have the right access and privileges to these certain resources. Now, where OAuth 2.0 comes in is OAuth 2.0 is an authorization framework, and essentially what it does is it lets you as a user grant consented access to third-party applications or API services. And what that means is if you've ever tried to sign up on any new platform and they're telling you sign up with Google or log in with Google or log in with Twitter, log in with Facebook, essentially you are not really having to input a new password or create a set of new account on that platform. You're essentially using your existing Google account to log into that platform. And this is powered by the OAuth 2.0 authorization framework. So what it does is it lets you give a third-party application consented access to your data. So for example, you're trying to sign up on a platform. That platform is a third-party application, but it's telling you sign up with Google. Google is the one who has the data, and you as a user have to consent that access to your data before Google can share your information with that third-party application. First, let's understand how OAuth 2.0 works. There are different actors in OAuth 2.0. There's the resource owner, which is you as a user. There's the resource server, which is the server hosting your data. There's the authorization server, which is responsible for authorizing that third-party application to get access to your data. And there's the client application, which is the third-party application itself. So this is a flow showing what the workflow of OAuth 2.0 authorization framework is. And it starts from you making something called an authorization request. Now, authorization request is I go on to a web application, let's call it DevFest Accra application. And DevFest Accra application is requesting access to my Google account. Now, the first thing they have to do is first request for an authorization from me, the user. So when they request an authorization from me, the user, I am able to grant access to that account. It presents me something called a consent screen. Now, a consent screen is that screen you see when you want to log in with Google and it's asking you to select an account or input your email and password. And then the consent screen issues something called an authorization grant. Now, an authorization grant is just a short encrypted code that says, okay, this user has authorized you to access their data. You can then use this authorization grant to exchange something called an access token. Now, here you're taking this authorization grant and feeding it to the authorization server. And the authorization server is giving you something called an access token. Now, what this access token does is an authorization token, essentially. When you have this access token, it has something called scopes that sort of defines the specific resources that this user has access to. And with the authorization token, you are able to request for resources that are relating to that particular user. So you see that the next flow, number 5 here, is you taking the access token and sending it to the resource server, and the resource server is giving you the exact resource you need. We'll see all of this play out in a couple of minutes. So before I go on, I made mention of something called an access token, and I also briefly talked about something called a refresh token, but I'd like to differentiate between both of them and be more specific about what they are, because they'll become important later on in this session. So the access token is basically an authorization strings, and it is issued to the third-party application. So like I mentioned before, it has something called scopes that has been granted by the resource owner, which is you as the user. And it's essentially what is used to exchange for your information from the resource server, while the refresh token is obtained alongside the authorization token most times. and is used to get a new authorization token primarily. So the difference between them is mostly that access tokens are long-lived, while refresh tokens are short-lived. So an access token can last like a month, longer or shorter, while refresh tokens often last like a couple of minutes, and you can use them to get new access tokens essentially. And there are a couple of more differences. I'm going to share the slide, but because of time, I do not want to go over each and every one of the difference here. But just so that essentially refresh tokens are short-lived, access tokens are long-lived, and access tokens are issued to the clients and they are used to exchange for the user's resource, while the primary function of a refresh token is to get a new access token. So when the access token expires, use refresh token to get a new access token. So I've walked through the steps of how OAuth 2.0 work. I'm going to skip the slides. You could go over it. However, I'm going to be going through a short demo. You can scan this QR code displayed here to land on something called a Postman collection. And essentially, you can use Postman to play around with and test APIs. That's one of the many different things you could do with Postman. So I'm going to be walking you through the OAuth flow that I just explained using Postman to test, and just essentially show you how easy it is to do this. So I'm going to leave this up on the screen for a couple of minutes so you can scan the QR code. If you're unable to scan the QR code, you could also go to bit.ly/OAuth-collection-demo. It will land you on the same page. So I'll just leave this for a couple of seconds. Okay, so let me share my screen for the demo. Present share screen. Okay, screen. Okay. Okay, so please, if you can see my screen, just leave a comment so I'll be sure you can see my screen. I'm going to the chat for the comments. I just want to be sure everyone is with me. Okay, it seems people cannot see my screen yet. Okay. Yep, so you should be able to see my screen now. If you can see a collection on that has something called OAuth on the screen, please just leave a comment. Okay, awesome. So essentially the flow that I just narrated, I'm going to be doing two demos, and one will be the easy way to do it. That just walks you through the flow, and the other one will be the hard way to do it. So I have this Google API here, and essentially what this does is it gets a spreadsheet data. I have the spreadsheets ID here, and this essentially is called a collection, right? Now, collection is just a collection of API requests where you could create multiple kind of API requests with different request method. You could create GraphQL APIs, REST APIs, gRPC APIs, WebSockets, and whatnot. But here I have a REST API with a GET request to Google Sheet APIs. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this request. Now I'm expecting an error because I'm not authenticated to access it. So now this Google Sheet is hosted on my account, on my Google account, and this Postman interface is essentially a third-party application trying to get access to my Google Sheets data. And Google provides an OAuth 2.0 API. Google provides an OAuth 2.0 API that lets third-party applications get consented access to my data. So essentially, what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to the authorization tab, and yeah, you can see that I've previewed this with a lot of different information. But essentially, I've given this token a name. I want to request. Essentially, what I want to do is to get an access token, really. So I've provided my authorization URL, my authorization token URL. I've gotten my client ID and my client secret from my Google Console account, so I'm able to use the OAuth 2.0 API. I've selected or specified the scopes that I want to request for here. And what I'll just do is I'll just come down here and select get new access token. And you can see that it presents me with that consent screen that I spoke about, the typical screen that you see when you want to log in with Google. And it's saying DevFest Accra app wants to get access to my account. I'm going to select this account. And now it's showing me this, that I should make sure I trust this application, which is exactly what OAuth 2.0 does. It brings in some extra layer of security where it is showing it is showing you as the user the scopes that this third-party application is requesting for and telling you essentially what they would have access to. It's telling me that I might be sharing sensitive information with this application, and I can always revoke access to my data whenever I want. I could also see the privacy policies and the terms of service. And if it all looks good, I'll select allow. Now it brings me back to the Postman dashboard and I could just click proceed. Yeah, you can see that now I have my access token. I could just select use token. Now the interesting thing about this is if I want to refresh this token, I could just hit the refresh button here and automatically refreshes this token for me. And if I come back here and make this request, because I have my access token, which is now used in my authorization, I should be getting my Google Sheets data back. So this is a third-party application. I, as a user, was able to give consent to this application to access my data. But then I want to show like a step-to-step guide of doing this rather than showing the convenience that Postman brings. You should absolutely use this, because imagine if you're trying to like work with an API and you have to like make multiple API calls. That's not immediately obvious now. But when I do this demo for the hard way, to become very obvious. So I'm just going to send this request here. And essentially what I'm doing is the same thing I did initially. Make an authorization, a request for an authorization code, which is this diagram that I highlighted before. Okay, I no longer have that on my screen. I'll just proceed. So essentially it is giving me a consent screen. I'm able to visualize the response, but I don't want to input my email and password on the call. So I'm just literally going to copy this and do it in the browser. Essentially I'm logged in, so I just need to select my account here since I'm not logged in within the context of Postman. So I'm seeing the same screen, same consent screen I saw previously. And if you take a look at this request, you notice that it has like a lot of different information that I didn't need to care about before. I'm providing my direct URI. I wanted to show the prompt content screen. What I want is an authorization code. It's my client ID, my client secrets. I didn't need to care about some of those parameters before, but I'm going to select allow, and it takes me to a redirect URI. Now, essentially, what this is supposed to do is supposed to redirect back to my application. I'm using localhost. Now, imagine if you're building this in your locally with Node.js or Python or something, it's going to redirect you back to your local host. And what you do is provide a route that you can extract the authorization code from. In the previous example I showed, Postman was able to handle that seamlessly for us without we having to care about it. But if you were to do it manually, you have to extract this authorization code. I'm copying and pasting here because I'm not doing it via code. I'm still trying to use Postman to show the demo of how it would happen if you were to do it manually. So now I need to exchange this authorization code for an access token. I'll come to this request here. I have multiple parameters here, and I need to modify this authorization code from what it was before to what it is now. I input this new authorization code, click send. Now I'm getting an access token. I can see that this access token expires in about 3,600 milliseconds. I can see that it issued a refresh token to me, and the different scopes that I have access to has also been specified here. Now let's say this access token has expired. I want to get a new refresh token. Previously, all I just had to do was to click a button, but I have to make a new request. But one important thing to note here is I'm using something called postman variables. So postman variables is a way for you to, when you get a response back from an API, you can essentially store it as a variable and reuse that variable within the context of another request. So yeah, I'm storing it as something called a collection variable. So it's storing that variable within the context of a collection. There are other types of variables, there are global variables, environment variables, but I'm not going to talk about those now. So essentially, I'm storing my refresh token and my access token within the context of my collection. And here, the refresh token that I already stored, I'm reusing it here. It's the exact same thing as copying and pasting that refresh token here, except that I do not have to copy and paste. So when I send this request, I can see that I'm able to automatically refresh my access token. And now you should know that previously all I just had to do was to click a button to refresh the access token itself. And now when I want to get the spreadsheet data, also yeah, I'm taking the access token that I got from this refresh, storing it as a variable, and I'm using that access token within like the context of my authorization here. So when I send this request, I'm not sure why it's taking a while. So it's essentially the same request I sent here. I don't know why it's taking a while, but essentially I should get access to it seems there's something wrong. This wasn't supposed to happen. But yeah, I'm not going to care too much about this error. Essentially, this is the same response I expect to get back, right? But now look at the number of steps I had to go through. I had to request for an authorization code. I had to exchange the authorization code for an access token. If it expires, I have to refresh the access token. Now, if you're doing this within your application and you're writing like code just to quickly test out something, it can become really stressful. And there's just a lot of ease that comes with using an API client like Postman to do that, especially since it's supported right out of the box and you do not have to like go through multiple steps to do that. But I'm going to go back to my slides now. Let me stop sharing and present my slide. Please let me know if you can see my slide. Please, if you can see my slide, let me know. Okay, how about now? Oh no, someone said I'm moving too fast. Oh my God, I'm so sorry about that. I'll try to be a lot more slower moving on. But yeah, please let me know if my slides is visible. You should see the QR code screen displayed also, so you can see it now. All right. So why should you use OAuth 2.0? I've gone through the demo, and I want to talk about why you should care about OAuth 2.0. So the first thing is security. OAuth 2.0 comes with a lot of security measures that lets you secure your data from third-party access, essentially. So you want to protect your credential because the third-party application does not have to have access to your username and your password, or your email and your password to get consented access. Essentially, what gives them access is an access token, and they need to be authenticated with the OAuth 2.0 provider. So, for example, you notice that I had to use a client secret and a client ID to be authenticated with Google in quotes and get an access token that I can use to query my own data. Could have as well been the same thing if I was querying someone else's data. It also gives user full control over their data. So if I wanted to revoke access to my data, I could do that as well. So for example, if I go to my accounts.google/permissions, I could see all of the applications that have permissions. You could try that on your Google account. Go to my accounts.google/permissions. You see all of the applications that have like OAuth 2.0 access to my data, and I can always revoke that. It's also really convenient, really, because if you've ever used single sign-on, where you're able to use one single account to have access to multiple resources, that's facilitated by OAuth 2.0. It is a widely adopted standard. Almost everyone that's on the internet today uses OAuth 2.0 one way or the other without even realizing that they're using it. It's really popular. And if you've logged into your Gmail account ever, you've used OAuth 2.0. Because Google has like a separate authorization server. They use to authenticate it into their different APIs and services, and it's also really easy to use. It comes with its own complexities and challenges, but compared to like the different standards and specifications that existed before or 2.0 came into play, it's pretty much more convenient to use. So I'll talk about some of the best practices for if you want to provide your own or 2.0 integration and you want third-party applications to request access to your users' data. What are the things you should take note of? So the first one, I've mentioned this, you should allow users have the ability to revoke access to their data, right? It's really important. Users need to have an end-to-end control over the data they're sharing with the third-party application. And it makes absolute sense and is something you should absolutely do, is to allow people revoke access to their data. When they no longer want to share access to their data, they should be able to do that. You should use really secure algorithms to hash your access tokens and your authorization code. You should document your APIs. Documentation is really important. It's how developers are able to understand how best to integrate your APIs. You should also always monitor for suspicious activities. So let's say there's someone that's been someone had like an OAuth 2.0 integration from a certain IP address in, let's say, Lagos, Nigeria, and all of a sudden it's changing to somewhere like US all of a sudden. So you should monitor for suspicious activities like that, where there's an IP change or there's like a very malicious request, or someone just keeps trying to get access to exchange an authorization code for an access token on multiple occasions and just failing like multiple times, more than an average user would want to try. You should rate limit your APIs as well. Offer multiple secure means of authentication. There's a lot of other ones, but for developers, that's the third-party applications that want to integrate OAuth 2.0 into their application. Some of the things they should look out for is they should always optimize for a great user experience, because you do not want the users to care about the nitty-gritties of OAuth 2.0. So you have to make sure that there's a great user experience. You have to handle multiple errors. Like there are multiple things that can fail, either when you're making authorization requests or when you're exchanging authorization code for an access token. You should ensure you handle errors and edge cases efficiently and properly. So all different things that can fail. You don't want a user saying things like access token expired, because a random user doesn't even know what an access token is. So you should handle multiple errors. Again, you should monitor for suspicious and unexpected activities. You should secure your application from things like cross-site scripting and cross-site request forgery, and so on. So what are the challenges of implementing OAuth 2.0? So the first one is complexity. OAuth 2.0 can be, well, a bit complex to implement, but that's actually very true. It's a complex authorization framework. So you need to understand the different components of OAuth 2.0 when you want to implement it, just to be sure you're not missing any essential steps, or you're not creating new vulnerabilities to your application or your APIs generally. You also need to be mindful of security. It's really important, because with OAuth 2.0, it involves exchanging sensitive information, and access and refresh tokens can give access to a whole lot of sensitive information. So you have to ensure that you are checking for like vulnerabilities in your APIs. You're ensuring that your token, there's no token leakage, or people cannot just do simple injection attacks. You must follow like industry best practices for security. Also, configuring the authorization server can be a bit complex. So you have to configure various endpoints. You have to configure various scopes, client registrations, etc., etc., etc. So you have to ensure that you are doing this correctly and adequately. So the user experience, I spoke a bit about the user experience. You have to completely abstract all of the technical details from the users. Again, users do not know what an access token is. They do not care about what an authorization code is. They just want to input their email and password and get access to their accounts, right? So it's very important that the user experience is slick and important. Your consent screen should have as much information as necessary. It should tell the users exactly what third-party application is getting access to, etc., etc. A great user experience cannot be overemphasized. Then token management, manage your refresh token and access token efficiently. I'm almost out of time, so I just have like very few more slides here. And there's the part of compatibility and interoperability. So OAuth 2.0 is a widely adopted standard. So a lot of there are multiple implementations from different providers, right? And if one provider is using one implementation of OAuth 2.0 or one library or framework and you're using a different one, there might be compatibility issues oftentimes. So a good example is okay, I'm not sharing my screen, but you probably noticed that I had something like an access type set to offline when I was trying to send my authorization request. And that's because, for example, for Google APIs, for example, providing the access type equals to offline. If you do not provide that, it doesn't give you a refresh token. So even if you make the authorization request a million times, you're not going to get a refresh token. And you just need to specify that parameter. Well, for example, if you're working with something like Spotify APIs, for example, you do not need to set access type equals to offline to get a refresh token. Right out of the box, it gives you a refresh token. So those are like nitty gritties to take note of. I noticed I wasn't changing the slides. When in terms of compatibility and interoperability, when we look at OAuth 2.0, I didn't talk about choosing grant types, but essentially I'm not going to go over this because of my time. I'm going to be sharing the slides with you, but it's just one extra slide talking about the different ways in which an authorization code can be exchanged, not necessarily an authorization code. So an authorization code is a type of grant. And grants are essentially what gives you access to an access token. So an authorization code is one type of grant in OAuth, but I won't bother you too much about the details. If you have any questions, please feel free to leave it in the comments. I would be really happy to answer them. If you found anything useful or important in this session, please feel free to post it on social media. Tag me at Badebo, it's displayed on the screen. You could also tag Get Postman as well. I would love to see it. Please, you should only tweet if you find anything I've said today really helpful. If you'd like to follow up on this, I've written an article on how to access Google APIs using Postman. I'll put a link in the chat. It says I have to connect my Google account. So I'm trying to fetch a link to. I'm just leaving a link to articles. One is it explains the OAuth 2.0 authorization flow. So you could go through that article, and the other one, the demo I showed today, it talks in depth about that article and how you can access Google APIs using Postman. So I just left the link to the first one in the chat. Leaving a link to the second one. The second one is what is OAuth 2.0. Essentially, it demystifies what OAuth 2.0 is, explains the different nitty-gritties of OAuth 2.0 that I didn't get a chance to touch on. in this session. But yeah, if you have questions, feel free to reach out to me on social media after the session. Leave them in the comment section, and I'll be happy to answer them. So thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to pass it back to the host now.
Okay, thank you very much, Bello, for such a wonderful presentation. We'll just look into the comments section for questions. So if you have any question, you can just post under the comment section and Bello will address them. But before that, I just wanted to bring to your attention that the QR code, when scanned, actually does not take us to the demo. So possibly that could be looked at. And I have a question here. So the person says that maybe in layman's term, can you let us know what access token is?
Okay, so so let's assume you lodge in an hotel and you want to get access to the room. You do not have the master key to the room, but essentially some hotels have like this card that they give you, and when you want to enter the room, you put the card by the door and the door opens, right? Think of that card as your access token. Obviously, there's a master key to the room, and the hotel can always revoke access to that card. So now you are the third party person coming in. The owner of the hotel is the person providing the service, and let's say the cashier is essentially. So you're the third party person requesting access to the room. Now think of the room as a space containing multiple data, and the hotel is the one providing access to it. So the hotel issues you that card. That card is an access token. It gives you temporary access to the room. Now think of the room as the resource server where you can get access to multiple data, right? So the card does not give you ultimate access to that room forever. They can always revoke your access to that room on their computer by deactivating that card. So that card just gives you temporary access to the room, and you can access it and get information from that specific room. But ultimately, the hotel has more control over that data, over you, that you're a third party person just coming to use the room for a while.
Okay,
So I don't know if that's a better explanation.
Yeah, for that explanation. So you can drop your questions in the chat if you have any before we move on to the next session. Okay, so I can't see any other question. Okay, so are there any final words from you, Bello? Okay.
So yeah, it's been really amazing getting to like this presentation with the community. I'm looking forward to connecting with a lot of you. You could check me out on LinkedIn, Gadibo Bello. I'm happy to connect with a lot of you on LinkedIn. You can also follow me on Twitter, reach out, tweet at me, send DMs. But yeah, you can tweet at me as well. I'll be able to connect with the community. So thank you everyone for such an amazing time, and you should enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Bello. So we have our next session coming up. You can always connect with Bello on LinkedIn, like he rightly stated.
Okay. Just one last thing. I'm putting a link to the slides in the comment section. So if you need access to that.
Sure. So I would want to hand over to Claudia Awache. Claudia, you're warmly welcome. How are you?
Thank you, Firma. I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. So over to you.
Thank
The
you.
stage is yours.
Okay, that's nice. That was an insightful section we had with him. So I'll be introducing our next speaker. He goes by the name Ephraim, and he'll be talking about the painless mobile UI automation with Maestro. So let's not waste much time. Let's welcome Ephraim. Hi, Ephraim. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah,
Good
sorry for
afternoon.
this.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
I can share my slides, then you can get started.
Okay, okay. So over to you.
Then- Okay, can you see my screen?
No, we can't see your screen. Okay, yeah.
You can see it.
Yes, please, we
Okay.
can.
Okay, so
Okay.
good afternoon once again. My name is Ephraim Atadankan, and today I'm here to talk about painless UI automation with Maestro. Okay, so let's just get right into it. So as I said, my name is Ephraim Atadankan. I'm a software engineer at a startup called Documensu. I'm also a student at University of Mines and Technology. And these are my social media handles, my Twitter handle, then this is my personal website. That's my portfolio, so you can take a look at it. So the first question I'll ask is, what is a user interface? Okay, so let's take, for example, the YouTube you are watching this one. It's mainly a section or a web app or an application where the user can interact with the application. That's just a simple definition I can give. So let's take a look at this sample demo we have here. So it's a simple app design. Okay. So realize that we have a section for the main homepage. You have a section where you can check your plans. You have a section where you can check your visits to the surgeon and stuff like that. So this is mainly a simple user interface. Okay. So on this user interface, you have a button, you have a text, you have different tabs. Everything has its own purpose. But that's mainly the idea of a user interface. It's like what you interact with. So let's say you're using a web app, a mobile app, stuff like that. What you use to interact with it. That is the user interface I'm talking about. So then the next question is UI automation. So we as developers, when you are developing the app, you want to make sure that you get the app in good standard. You don't make mistakes. You don't push back to production. So normally what we do is 90% of the time we test the application. Okay. But mostly we do automated tests, stuff like that. So what I want us to look here today is the UI test. So what we will be doing is we'll be actually testing the UI, asserting, making sure that something that we actually made sure it should come is coming, like looking at the UI specifically. Okay. So this is just a simple definition. So it refers to the creation of software automatically to perform actions on the user interface, mainly for the purpose of testing. Okay. So existing tools we have been using right now. So we have Appium, which is for both iOS and Android. Then we have these two, one for Android. Espresso is for mainly Android testing. Then XC test is mainly for iOS. So existing tools exist for us as developers. But then the issue is these tools are mainly complex. They are difficult to use for users and stuff. Okay. So this is where I present to you guys Maestro. Okay. So Maestro is just the easiest way I've ever seen to UI test an application. It's very simple. Seriously. It's like a few lines of code and you are just right into it. You are just go straight. You are done with what you're supposed to do. Okay. So as I'm saying, why Maestro? Okay. So first of all, you have tolerance delays. It's very fast interaction. Okay. It has a very simple syntax and it's very easy to set up. Then one advantage of Maestro is it's actually cross-platform. So you can have it for Android, you can have it for iOS, you can have it for Flutter, you can have it for React Native, whichever. As long as it's a mobile app installed on a phone, you can use Maestro to test it, no matter what you use to develop it. So in Maestro, what we have is something we call a flow. Okay, so a flow is more or less like a series of steps that tells Maestro how to navigate your application. Okay, so let's take for instance, let's say are supposed to follow me on Twitter. Okay, so normally if you are going to follow me on Twitter, what you do is you launch your Twitter application, then you search for my username. Okay, you enter your search bar and you enter my username. After you enter my username, you click on the username. After you click on the username, you click on follow. This is just a simple way that you can use to more or less like follow someone on Twitter, okay. But then if let's say that I want to do this automatically, so meaning I want to give a code to Maestro to just do this from the start to the end, okay. This is how the code will be like, something like this. So first of all, you are telling him that take the Twitter app ID, that's com.twitter.android. Let's assume you're using Twitter on Android. The first thing you do is you launch the application. After you launch the application, you tap search and explore. After you tap search and explore, you just search on Twitter. Then you input the text. If you input the text, that's my Twitter handle. If you place the text inside, then you look for my name. My name will come first, Duncan. You tap on it, then you tap on follow. But if you tap on follow, how do you know that the following is actually working? That's where asset visible comes in. So what happens is you want to make sure that a specific text is visible. So on Twitter, when you click on follow, automatically the button becomes follow. That means you're following the person. So to make sure that you're actually following the person, you can click on follow, then asset visible will check if following has showed. If following has showed, then that means you're actually following the person, then it is okay. So this is just how you do this very simple application. This like following someone on Twitter. This is just it. So you use YAML for it, okay? That's your code base, okay? So that's all. It's very simple syntax, very declarative, very fast. Okay. So mainly you can check Maestro out here, okay? This is their link to their documentation, okay? But then I want to do a short demo, something very short to demonstrate what I have with Maestro, okay? So I'll go right into that. Okay, so what we have here right now is, how do I say it? A simulator with iOS, okay? That's iPhone 15 Pro. I also have a code open with tests files and everything, okay? So this is a simple file we want to test for our Maestro app. But then let's take a look at something here. So when you look here, we have Wikipedia here, okay? Now I want us to test Maestro on Wikipedia we have here. So if I click on Wikipedia, Wikipedia will launch. Let's then can get started. Okay, so this is what we have with Wikipedia. Okay, this is something very simple. Okay, so this is the Wikipedia application I've actually installed on this simulator. So right now I want us to actually perform our test on this application. So we've closed the app. So in our in terminal, you can just run the command maestro test, then the name for the file name. So our file name is actually test.yaml. Okay, so maestro test, then we test this one, then I run the command. So you start working, running on our iPhone 15 Pro. That's the simulator you actually have here right now. And we install the driver that it needs to run. We'll start running the test. So you see that there's one flow here, which is to launch the application. And it is done launching the application. So that's it. Automatically, I didn't launch the application myself. It actually launched the application itself. So now let's take a look at something here. There's more or less like a screen that we have here. That's the getting started screen, the onboarding, where it takes you through. So what if we can do this automatically with Maestro? Okay, so let me just input my code to do that. Okay, so the code I just placed here is saying that if you take a look at what we have here, we are first more or less like sliding through the thing. So you slide 1, 2, 3, and after the third one, you click on get started. Okay, so let me bring this one. Okay, so what happens is we are saying that we are repeating 3 times. Now, each time what we are doing is we are sliding to the left. And each slide, we are doing it at delay of 200 milliseconds. But wait for the animation to end before you start the next slide. After we are done with it, we just click on get started. Okay. So that's mainly what we have. So now let's run this. So I'll run this again. So we start our flows, state installing. So we actually have 3 flows at this moment. So we launch the application. After we launch the application, for repeating 3 times, you're actually going to swipe in the left direction. You see it has swiped once, 200 milliseconds, it will swipe again. 200 milliseconds, it will swipe again. So this is the second time. It's actually swipe again for the next time. Then we'll click on get started. So it is done swiping. Click on get started. Then you're in our application. That's very simple. So if you're a developer, you're developing an application, it makes it easier, faster to write your code, test to make sure that what you are deploying is everything. And the advantage of Maestro is actually work with CI/CD development. So what I mean is you can actually place it in your the pushing flow, the deployment flow, so that before your app is actually deployed up to the users, so the users can test the users can use the application. You can actually test to make sure that you're not pushing stuff you're not supposed to push. Okay. So we are still here. I want us to do something more. So first of all, there's a search button here. You can tap on the search and you can search anything then. You can see the result for the search, then we can cancel it. Okay. So I want us to do a search. So in addition to what we actually have here, all we are doing is we are just saying that after the application is loaded, we should search Wikipedia. Okay. After you are done searching Wikipedia, we should input the text in this field Google. Okay. Then after we've input, you should make sure that Google is visible. There you get it. Then that's what you are going to do. So let me run this test again. This will run the whole test from the start. That's from the beginning. Okay, so we are launch. So this time you have like 6 different flows here. So you launch our application, it is done. You actually swipe through the application. After you are done swiping through, then you click on get started. And the interesting part is where it will actually, how do I say it? Click on the setup on the search Wikipedia. Because how Maestro works is it looks for text. Okay. So the application has a text, which you can just click on it. So you see we have our text. You have actually typed Google there. You have asserted that Google is visible here. So you can see that Google is visible here. Okay. You can even still give it to text. That's click on this text. So it's like anything that's a text, you can click on it. You can get it to cancel by adding something like tap on cancel or something. So let's do this. So if you add this at the end, now after it is done, everything here, it's a set Google is visible, and it will cancel it automatically and go to the main screen. Okay. Now the next thing I want us to take a look at is you have this featured article here today for Wikipedia. Okay. So it is just a simple article. Let's click on it. You go to it, you see about let me see part of the Australian continent. Okay, so I want us to click on this. Okay, then after that we click back. That's mainly what we are going to do. Okay, so as I said, Maestro asserts a text. There are specific parts where you can actually add an ID, but then if you are let's say an external application, you can actually just look for a text. So on this specific card, you can just see they can click on this text. Astra, I don't want to read. Okay, let me keep quiet. So you can just type this text, tap on it, then you can just click it. So let's just get our code for that. Let me just get the code. Okay, so this is what you have. We are saying that after everything we've been doing, okay, when we get here, you just tap on this text. When we take a delay of 2000 milliseconds, that's 2 seconds, and we click on back. So when you get here, after 2 seconds, then we click on back and we can go. Okay, so let's get this one up and running. Okay. So we are doing everything we've been doing, but then we've added two more flows at the end. So the first flow we've added is the tap on the card, and the second flow is to go back. Okay, so that's mainly how it is. So you go through everything, you can get started. It's go through application. You go and search on Wikipedia, you enter Google, it checks Google is there. You cancel Google, go back, wait 2 seconds, then it clicks on this. It has loaded and it is gone back. So that's mainly how it is. Okay. So let me do something here. So you want to wait 3 seconds before you click on the back button so that this is actually visible for a while. Okay. Then one more thing that I want us to take a look at with Maestro is you can do anything the user can actually do. So if a user can scroll, you can scroll with Maestro. If a user can upload the file, you can upload the file with Maestro. Anything that the user can do, you can swipe, you can go back, you can even rotate the screen. As long as it's a user interaction. So in essence, you are emulating what the user will do in your application. Okay, that's mainly what we are doing. So the last thing I want us to do is I want us to actually scroll through, but then we are going to end when we get this text visible. So you are saying that you are scrolling through the whole thing. And then when we see random article, we stop. Okay, that's mainly what we are going to do. So what happens is you can have this here. Okay. So you are saying that you are scrolling until visible an element. So you are saying that you are scrolling until there's a text with random article visible. Okay. Then the direction you are scrolling is down. So you can actually scroll up. Then if there are horizontal scrolls, you can scroll it, you can slide. Anything that the user can do, you can just emulate it here. Okay. So let's run this one more time. So this will be the last one. So you rerun the application, the whole application. So first of all, you launch the application. You launch the application. Then you slide through. That's we are swiping the onboarding for the application. And after you keep swiping onboarding, you go to the next. So click on get started. We do our search. Okay, so you've clicked on get started. So the application has loaded. You've searched for Google. Google is in. You've checked that Google is visible. So you've clicked on cancel. You click on the card. The card is visible for 3 seconds. You click on back. Then we scroll down. So automatically the application is scrolling itself. So you scroll in pieces. It scrolls for a specific session, checks the text, keeps scrolling, checks the text. You keep scrolling till it is visible. Okay. So it's saying that it is visible. So the problem with iPhone 15 is the text is a little visible here. So because of this small tab we have on the button here is the reason why you couldn't see it, but then it's visible. So this is mainly what I have. So thank you. Any question? Okay. Sorry, I can't.
Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Duncan. That was nice. So we are
Thank
going
you.
to we are going to ask questions. Please let your questions flow. Ask Duncan your questions. Any questions for Duncan?
Okay. I think there's no question.
But Duncan, for okay, I don't really have any question. I know you might share your slide later, but I didn't get the URL for the Maestro. I was trying to jot it down. That's the Maestro.u.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let me get it.
yes. If you could get it.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah. I can see your
Yeah. So this
screen. Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
this is the documentation for Maestro. So we can learn a lot of more or less like a lot of things that we can do
Do
with
that.
Maestro.
Do that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your knowledge sharing. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, Duncan. So we have our next speaker. Yeah. We'll be introduce our next speaker soon. So I'll be handing over to Audrey. So let's welcome Audrey to introduce our next speaker.
Hi.
Hi,
Thank you,
Audrey.
Claudia.
Thank you so much.
All right. So everyone, our next speaker is in, and it's Ramat. Ramat is a woman techmaker ambassador, and she's a developer. Hi, Ramat. Welcome to this live stream.
Hi, Audrey. Thank you very much for having me. And it's nice to see you as well.
Yes, it's really always nice to see a woman techmaker, a fellow woman in tech on the stage. Yes. So you're going to talk about open source, right?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. You are right on time. So So without further ado, I'm leaving the stage to you. I'll
Okay,
be in
sure.
the back.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm going to be sharing my slides now. Just give me a minute quickly to do that. Okay, let me just share my screen. Hi everyone. My name is Ramata Akintola, and I'm going to be talking about making your first open source contribution. So I'm just going to introduce myself quickly. I'm a software developer and I'm also an open source program manager. Basically, I do like technical program management, but the program management side of things as well. And I also lead the blogging and technical writing team at Pi Ladies Garden. So just a quick one on how I got into open source. My first like introduction into open source was during the I think it was PyCon Africa 2020. So there was this hackathon by Cookie Cutter. Cookie Cutter is a Django package, by the way. I joined the hackathon and then it was like, oh, come and contribute to open source. And I decided to try it out. I've never done anything open source. I've never had any like relation with open source. I've never even heard about open source before, but I decided to like try it out, and then thankfully my PR was able to get merged. So I was testing. I think there was a new like update to the package, and we had to like test it with Python 3. Yes, I remember Python 3. So my PR was merged, and that was like my first journey into open source. Quickly, what we'll be going through today is the importance of open source contribution, how to choose a project for your contribution, and then we'll also do like a quick doc contribution walkthrough. So I have a repository here that we'll be using for the contribution. So, what exactly is open source software? I don't know if anyone else has heard about open source. I mean, there's been a lot of buzz about open source recently. So, basically, what open source software is like it's a free tool. The code is available online. It can easily be distributed. People can easily contribute to the code base. The source code is online, so you can use it. Most times there are licenses, but people have access to these codes. They can contribute to this code, and if it's documentation as well, you can contribute to the documentation. So it's not just for code or anything, even for design as well. And then why should you make contributions to open source software? We've been using a lot of like open source software for a while now, which includes Python. But then if you think about, so for example, for me, I wanted to, using from my own point of view, I wanted to make open source contribution. Like I started to go into it deeply because I needed more professional experience, because that was like um my first step into tech. And you know, these days, if you want to apply for a job, they would always request, oh, do you have this professional experience? Do you have like this experience without opportunities being available for junior developers, kind of. So I started to like go into open source contribution to just get that experience, to get that knowledge. But if you're thinking about making contributions, you might probably want to look into like learning how to collaborate with other people, especially if you've been building applications alone and then you want to get that soft skill of communication or collaboration. So you might want to look into making your open source contribution. And then also if you just want to give back to the community, maybe for example you've been using Django or you've been using Python or you've been using Node.js, and you just feel like, oh, I've been using this software for a while, I want to give back to the community. So you can definitely make contributions to open source software. And these are like a few examples of open source software. We have Linux, Python, Mozilla, Even I think Wikipedia as well, Node.js, IPython. There's a lot of like open source software. I'm pretty sure like everyone has used like one of this software at the time during their whenever they're working on a project. So this is just a quick interesting fact that I got to hear about when I joined one of Linux Foundation call. So did you know that contributing to open source is one of the many ways you can make to progress towards SDG9? So SDG9 is basically like is focused on innovations, making growth like in the community and everything. So if you contribute to open source, you can count it as working making progress towards SDG 9. Then how do you find projects to contribute to? If you don't have like the direct access the way I did, where I was able to like get in from an hackathon, you might want to go to GitHub or GitLab to look for projects. So there are these labels that you can use to search for issues. If you're a first time contributor, you might want to look for first time issues. So basically, if you go on GitHub, you can get like projects to contribute. Most projects that are there that are open, if they're public projects, you can get access to them on GitHub, and then you can also check GitLab as well. So there are projects on GitLab as well that you can contribute to. And then I would also recommend following active open source communities like Chaos, everything open source or open source. I think recently, 3 months ago, open source did like this 100 days of open source software. So where people come in to make contributions, code contributions, design contributions, documentation contributions. So you can follow some of these communities to make they really share like updates on some of the latest things happening in the open source community. So you can follow some of them. I think they're all on they're on Twitter, on LinkedIn. They're on LinkedIn as well. And then I'm not really sure about Instagram, but you can find them on Twitter, and then you can find them on open source. And there's also Oktoberfest. Oktoberfest was just last month. So Oktoberfest is like the whole of October. You get to contribute to open source projects. You get to make, and basically for Oktoberfest, you make 4 contributions. So you have the whole of October to make 4 contributions. And it doesn't have to be like it doesn't have to be code contributions. It can even be something like a project you're working on that you decided to like open. Definitely it has like guidelines, and then it has to be acceptable to the Oktoberfest committee. But you can also have your own project. So for example, last month I was working on a project with a friend, and I just decided to like make the repository open source. I added like the Oktoberfest tag to it, and then I think I registered with Oktoberfest as well. And my PRs was accepted. I made like 2 PRs on that repository, and it was accepted for Oktoberfest. So you can definitely check on Oktoberfest for projects to contribute. And also we have the Linux Foundation project. Linux Foundation has like a lot of projects that are like a lot of sponsored projects. Like there are so many. If you want to contribute to Kubernetes, if you want to contribute to Backstage, I don't know if anyone knows Backstage. If you want to contribute to Backstage, or if you are even looking to do documentation contributions as well, you get those projects on Linux Foundation project. They are doing this zero to cohort project, where you apply and then you get in. I joined the first cohort, but I think a new one will be opening next year. So you get to apply. You don't have to have like open source knowledge or anything. You apply and then you get in. So they take you through the whole process of contributing to some of the Linux project. So if you have experience with DevOps or anything, you can definitely contribute. So what exactly do you want to look out for when you're making your first contribution, especially if you've gone through the whole process of, okay, I want to choose this project, I want to contribute to this project, what are the things you want to look out for? The first thing is the issue type and contribution style. So each project has their own contribution style, and they have like the way they label their issues. So if you go on GitHub, they have like these labels that you can tag to each issues that you make on that you open on a project or on a repository. And do you know, like, even opening an issue alone is open source contribution. So if you want to open an issue, some has like these guidelines for how you need to open the issue. Do you need to tell them, okay, what is the problem, or what are you trying to fix? What is the solution? Even if you don't know the solution, what is like your proposed solution to that issue? And then you can do that. So also the contribution style for big projects, mostly on GitHub, they have like this contribution MD file .md, and even for those that has like a different website, they also have like their contribution.md. So there's always like a guideline for you to contribute to that particular project. You really don't have to like think too much or worry yourself too much about how exactly you want to go about contributing. So the first thing you should always check is the contribution.md. Some people also put it in their README, but for bigger projects, they always have like a separate file for contributors. So that's like the first thing you want to do. Just go through the contribution. What do you need to set up? Do you need to install some applications to be able to run the project? Or even before fucking the project at all, it's always advisable to go through a project contribution or MD. The second thing you want to check is, does it align with your interest and skills? For skills, let me say, for example, if you want to do like a code contribution, I have skills in JavaScript and or TypeScript or something. Even let me just say JavaScript for now. And then I have like this project that's written in TypeScript and React or something. So I'm looking to gain more experience with using TypeScript, but I know JavaScript. So I think this is going to be like a project that will align with your interests. So you might want to look into contributing to that project. If you don't have experience with let me say DevOps, for example, if you don't have experience with DevOps, it's not really advisable to just go there to like pick up an issue or even open an issue, especially if you don't really understand that particular project well, or you don't have like skills that align with that particular project. The other thing you would also want to check for is the project activity and community. Just like I mentioned in my previous slide, you can definitely go on GitHub to search for a project. But then how active is the project? There are some projects that they have like over 100 pull requests, but you see it's not really moving. There's no continuous activity on that project. So definitely for that kind of project, if you open a PR or if you open an issue on that particular project, your PR is just going to stay there forever. I mean, everyone wants to be able to see what they've done get merged into the main code or whichever branch they're merging it to. So you definitely want to check for how active the project is. There's always like communications. You might click on one particular issue to see the communications, to see how they communicate with each other. Okay, how active is this project? When last was the communication done? Or when was the last like pull request merged? So if you check on like the main what's it called, the main branch, there's always like date for when like the last pull request was merged. So you might want to look at that. You might want to look at the how they communicate, how fast do the project maintainers merge pull request. And then also community. For most projects, they have like their own community. I know a few people use Discord, some use Slack. So I know for Linux projects, most of Linux projects uses Discord. So you might want to join the community, especially if you are picking up like major issues, or if you are adding an issue that has to do with like a major bug with that software. you might definitely want to join the community so they know, okay, this is like an active contributor, this is someone that's serious, to know, even to get like updates on some of the latest things that have been added to the project. So you definitely want to look at how active the community is as well. And then maintainer responsiveness. So for each project, they have like either they have one maintainer or a number of maintainers. And just like I said before, you definitely want to check how the maintainers of the project respond to pull requests. How do they respond to questions? If you're making your first contribution and you don't understand something, you want to ask, okay, I don't understand this thing. How am I supposed to make this work on this issue and something? And then if you have to wait for maybe 2 weeks or 1 month and then you don't get any response, you definitely know that maybe this project, maybe I don't want to contribute to this project, because your purpose for wanting to contribute to that project can be you want to learn or you want to gain a particular skills. And if the maintainers are not like responding, and for projects you can't just like make push or just open PR, your PR will just be there, no one is going to look at it, no one is going to review your code, no one is going to communicate with you. So you definitely want to like check for how fast the maintainer respond to some of the issues done on the PRs. So for learning opportunities as well, if you want to learn something, if you are learning a new language and you want to like get hands-on experience on how that particular language is being used in real life situations or real life projects, yes, you can definitely like go and make your contributions. So communication is very key in open source contribution. So you get to learn how to communicate, you get to learn, it's not just like writing codes and something, you get to learn soft skills as well. You get to learn how to communicate, you get to learn how to make pull requests. Okay, what are the best way to make what are the best practices to make like a pull request? How do I open an issue? How do I communicate whatever problem? Most times for issues you might have like 4 or 12 people at the time communicating on one particular issues, and if you're working on like, if you're just learning or you don't have experience like working in a professional or a real life project or something, you might want to go to GitHub or to any open source software contribution to make your contributions. So I'm going to be making like the contribution walkthrough now. Let me just share this. So this is the link to the repository, and I want to update the repository with these 3 events. It's going to be a doc contribution, not a code contribution now, because sometimes code contribution takes a lot of time, and then it might not work the way we are expecting. So let's make a doc contribution. Let me just share my repository and give me a minute. I'm just going to share my repository quickly. Great. So this is everything open source. It has like repositories for open source events happening. We had one for 2023, and then this is a, please can you confirm if you can see my screen? I don't know if everyone can see my screen. Okay, thank you. Great. So um we'll be making open source contribution to this particular rhythm here. So it has like open source events to attend in 2024. If you're looking to submit a proposal for a talk or workshop, or you just want to like attend the event, so you can definitely check out this repository. What I'll be doing is that, so the first thing I'll do is I have to fork this repository. So basically what I'm doing is making a copy of that repository and bringing it into my own project kind of. So I'm just going to make Let's see. I'm going to leave the name. I won't change the name. And then I'm going to copy the main branch only. So give me a few minutes. Awesome. So now I have like the copy of that repository of this everything open source repository. I have it here on my project. For this one, yes, so just like I explained earlier, you can see every project has like the contributing.md. You'd want to go through this contributing.md to see how exactly you want to make contributions to the project. What are the things you need to do? Most times it's always like fork the repo to your own branch. Maybe you need to like um clone your own forked repository, and then the next thing you might probably want to do is like add the upstream branch. Oh, I forgot to add earlier, if you want to make open source contribution, it is super important that you know how to use Git, because basically most of everything you'll be doing is you have to work a lot with Git for pushing, for pulling, for fetching, for making updates to your origin branch, for pulling from your upstream branch. What I mean by upstream branch is the main repository, and then your origin branch is your own forked repository. So you definitely want to know how to use git command very, very well, at least to an extent. So I won't be cloning this repository. I'm just going to please, can you confirm if you can see my screen? Yes, I'm sharing my screen. Okay, let me just stop sharing for a moment and then try again. Can you see my screen now? Wow. How about now? Okay. Yeah, so I'll be using GitHub code space for this to make this contribution. I won't, since I'm making just like a document contribution, I won't have to clone this project. It's just like a quick contribution. So I definitely don't need to like clone this project. But if you have, even if you're making doc contributions and then it's a very large contribution, you'd want to clone the repository to your local computer. So what I'm going to do is that I forked this repository. So I forked this everything open source event repository from everything open source. And I'm going to use code space. So I'm going to use code space for to make right. So the first thing I want to do is I want to pull from my origin. I just want to confirm if there's any changes that's been done. Yeah, so it's up to date. And just a quick one, if you're making code contributions Most especially if it's like a very active project, you want to make sure you keep pulling from the upstream instead of like you can definitely pull from your origin, but because you won't have to like keep going back to GitHub to make and to pull from or to sync your origin branch with your upstream branch, you want to always make sure that you have like the latest code or the latest changes that have been made, because it's really a hassle having to do with like differences whenever you have like two different code or you are making changes. And what you can also do is, if you don't know like the git command very well, what you can also do is come down here. So this sync here is also the same as the one on the VS code, the VS code you have on your local machine. I'm currently using GitHub code space, so it works the same way. I'm just going to come here. So if you click on the sync, what it does is that it pulls and push to the origin branch. So it does the pull and push for you. That's if you're not really familiar with like the the git command, but I would advise that it is really necessary to learn how to use some of this git command. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this preview and then just go to the readme. Let me close this for now. So I have this. Let me just go to my slide quickly. So the first thing I want to do is, so this is FlutterCon, and I want to update the repository with this event that's going to be happening in 2024. So this Flutter conference is going to be happening in 2024. If you look at this readme, each of these events, they are arranged in different months. So we have like the January, we have the February, March. So I'm just going to look at when this event is. This FlutterCon is in July 2024 in Berlin. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to just copy the link like this. Go to my project. I'm just going to scroll down to, oh, quick one. I forgot to add, if you're making changes, you don't want to make it to the main branch. You want to create a new branch. So I'm just going to use like this shortcut here to create a new branch. This is for those that don't like know like the git command very well. So I'm going to click on create a new branch. I'll just call my branch updates. Let me just call it update event. Yeah, so I'm on a new branch now. And then let's see. The FlutterCon is in July. Basically, for code contributions or even maybe for doc contributions, especially for first timers, like the if you're making like first time code change or something, you wouldn't really have to like write a lot of code. What you want to do is just copy what has been done and then make changes to what you need to make change to. I don't have to start typing this community blah 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 all over again. It has been done here. I'm just going to copy this like this. And then paste it. So now I'm going to edit it. So the conference is called FlutterCon, and then add the URL to the conference. So for anyone that's going to like FlutterCon, or maybe they don't have like any idea that FlutterCon is happening and they have access to this repository, they can easily see where the event is happening, what's the link to the event. So what's the date? I think it's 3rd to 5th July. Yeah, so I'm just going to maintain this one, but the event is in July. So I'll edit this. What mode of event is it? Yeah, I think it's, Let's see. Yeah, so it's an in-person event. So I'm going to leave it as an in-person event. And where is it happening? It's happening in Berlin. Let's see. So the event is happening in Berlin. So I'm just going to update this with Berlin. Yeah, and that's it. So this is just the bit I want to add. And what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to go to my, let me see. I think I have my terminal here. Give me a minute. So I'm going to open my terminal, confirm my branch. Okay, I'm on my branch. What I want to do is I want to add, I'm just going to use like the git add, like, so it's add all my changes to my branch, and then I want to commit my code. So if you're making your changes, you want to make sure you sign your commit. You just don't want to add like the commit message or and just leave it like that. So you want to make sure your commit is verified. Some of these projects, they have like this, it's called DOC, where they make sure if your commit is not signed, you can't, they won't accept your pull request. So you want to make sure you sign your commit. So I'm just going to sign mine with -s and then add my commit message. I'm going to update readme with fluttercon event. Yeah. So I'll just publish the branch. So I'll publish it to my origin branch, not my upstream branch now. And then I can create a PR. So I'm using this GitHub Codespace is a very good way for you to try out like your first pull request. It does everything for you instead of having to go to like the main GitHub stage. So you can see it's showing that it's signed off here, my name, my email, and then what do I want to update? What do I want to name my PR with? So I'm going to create this. So now if you check here, it has created this PR for me. Let's just go back to now let's go back to the upstream branch, and you see I have my PR here. It's open. So the only thing I need to do is get it reviewed and then get it merged. So that's basically it. And just a quick one to show you that this PR, so this PR is signed. If it's not signed, I would have gotten like an error to sign my pull request. That was why I added like the -s. So that's it. If you are basically, that's just it for making your contributions. After you open your PR, you get your review and you get it merged. That's it. So these are like some of the resources if you want to look into making your contributions. You can check non-focus, you can check Linux, or you can check Code Triad. Thank you very much. Any questions? You can reach me on X or on LinkedIn if you have like any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramat, for this wonderful presentation. Yeah, we've learned a lot. Like, I know from this presentation, people know that they can easily make contributions to open source. Do you have any? Do we need any prior experience in coding or anything like that? When is the right time to actually get started?
Well, you don't exactly, it depends on the kind of project or the contribution you want to make. You don't exactly need like a lot of coding experience, but you definitely need to know how to use Git. if you're making code contributions, you need to have experience in that particular programming language that you want to contribute to. And then you also, if you're making documentation contribution, there are mostly guidelines, but you just need to like know how to write English if it's in English or any language. So you don't really need to have like much coding experience.
All right. Thank you very much. So, everybody, if you have any questions, just reach out to um, Ramat on X or LinkedIn. And then, yeah, I'll see you around. I'll pass it on to Miriam for our next speaker. See you. Bye.
Hello, Audrey.
Hi, Miriam.
Hope you're
See you.
good.
Yes, I'm good.
Great, great, great. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Miriam Oklu, and we have our next session. And our speaker will be Abigail Afig Badago, and she's a software engineer and an open source and community builder. She'll be taking us through elevating your Django app deployment with Kubernetes. I'm sure you're as excited as I am. So kindly take some notes and drop your questions in the comment section as the session is going on. Hello, Abigail.
Hi, Miriam. How you doing?
Hope you're doing well. I'm good. I'm good. How are you too?
I'm good. I'm good.
Great. Over to you then.
Okay, so hi everyone. Let me start presenting. Okay, great. Thank you. So, my name is Abigail. Most people refer to me as Afi, which is like much more easier. As Miriam said, I'm a software engineer and I'm also an open source enthusiast. Can you give me a minute to share my screen? Okay, yeah, great. Mm, 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 mm. Um, can everyone see my screen? Funny enough, I can't see the chat now, but I'm sure. Yes. Okay. Great. I can see now. So yes, once again, my name is Afi, and I mean Abigail. Most people call me Afi. Today we'll be talking about elevating your Django app with Kubernetes. So first off, okay. So hi, once again. So today we'll be taking a quick glance at what Django is in Kubernetes. I'm sure most people have heard of Django, or some people may have heard of Django and Google's engine Kubernetes. We'll look at prerequisites that you need to have before like trying this out, because there are certain things you need to install first or have an idea of before you go ahead and do this. Then we'll also be looking at like basics in Kubernetes, because for this, you need to understand like certain words, certain terminologies that are commonly used, which is like very, very helpful so that you will not get like confused and all. Aside that, we'll be looking at how to containerize your app, which is like very, very like important. And then we'll be looking at like setting up your database schema, registering your Django app that you've created on the Docker Hub registry. So that would also mean you have to have a Docker account. Aside that, we'll be looking at deploying your app using Kubernetes and then creating an endpoint so that you could expose your app. So to start with, what's Django? Most people have, as I said, have heard of Django, and we we know that Django is like a framework, right? Like which is built on top of Python. So we use it to build apps, APIs, and whatnot. So Django is also termed as a web framework for perfectionists with deadlines, because it helps you achieve like a lot so fast and easy, in my opinion. Looking at what Kubernetes is an engine that we use, right? That we use to deploy like our apps. So you In the next slides, you'll be seeing things like pods, what services are, right? You will also be seeing things like configs or manifest, which we would go through. Let me see. So there's another term that they refer to as like for Kubernetes, which is K8. So we use it for like deploying or scaling your containerized applications. One reason people may ask, like, why not use other options, right? And why use Kubernetes? In my opinion, I believe that if you have something that is really consuming or very heavy, I would advise Kubernetes. But if you have something that's like more lighter, you could go with like Docker Swarm, or there's this app called Rancher that's also used to do something similar, like for your deployment. There's AWS. Yes, most people have heard of AWS or have used AWS. The Elastic Container Service can also help you achieve this. And you have them also popular Heroku. Or so moving on. Yeah, so what I was talking about with the Kubernetes basics, right? So these are certain things that you need to keep in mind. I hope the fonts are not too small. This is like an image that I got so that it's much more easier. I'm just going to like briefly brush through it. So this Kubernetes architecture, I got it from their docs, and I'll leave the link in the references. So, and also I'll be pushing this like the whole project. So if you have time, you could go and either pull the Docker image or have a look at it on GitHub, so you don't need to stress. So this is the general Kubernetes architecture. You have the cluster, then you have the cloud provider API, then you have nodes, right, which run services and pods. So at this point, right, I'm sure you, as I was saying, you have an idea like, why am I mentioning clusters? Like, what is a pod? What is this? So a K8 cluster is like a set of machines, right? And the machines are called nodes, right? From this diagram. So you can see there's one node here, there's another node here, like, sorry, in this we have about 3 nodes, right? So these nodes, like, they run containerized applications, right? And every cluster, like each cluster has at least one like node that works. You get it? So the worker nodes also contain something that we call pods, right? So for pods, they are the ones who like control the application workload. I know probably to sound like so many words, but don't worry. I would like reference it when we go through the demo like after. So the pods are like the components of the application workload, right? And then you have like the control plane, the side on the left, right? And that manages the worker nodes and the pods in the cluster. So it's like not like the boss, but it keeps things in check, like it keeps things in control. Huh. So so when we talk about the pods, right, they are the components of the application workload, as I said, and they're the smallest deployable units in a Kubernetes cluster. So you could see they're like small inside the nodes, and that comprises of the cluster. So when we talk about services, which we also look at, right? So the service is also referred to as an object. So it's a way in which you could like expose or show your network application that is running as a pod, right, in your cluster. So when we talk about deployment, it has like updates for your pods and then your replica sets. We'll be looking at deployments in a couple of slides below, because we'll have like sample config YAML files that you see that will be used to deploy. It's mostly or always in YAML files. They are more like manifests. I think that's what they're also called. So moving on, let me see the time. Okay. So prerequisites, as I was saying, for Mac, you need to use Minikube. This is like one of the easiest way, because sometimes when you be setting it up, it's very, very confusing. I'm coming. Let me stop sharing and share again. I want to like share my whole screen. 1 minute. Uh, I think I'll be sharing my entire screen. Okay. Um, all right. I think. Can you confirm if you can see me flipping through the? I mean, the screens. Okay, great. So sorry for that mirror effect. So like with setting up, you definitely need to start with like for Mac, I would advise you have Minikube. The installation process is pretty easy. You can use Homebrew and to get it fast for you. Also you have to have Docker, as I said, Docker Hub. You have to like sort of log in because all your repositories and everything will be there. You can create your images, pull from existing images, and yes, update them when needed. The other thing is Python, because I mean Python Django, because you'll be using it for like your Django application. Because this talk is on like deploying your Django app with the like Kubernetes, and then your favorite IDE. Most of us have our preferences, so anything goes, and that's fine. So now we'll be looking at this first thing, which is containerizing, because it's in steps. If you saw, I think it's in about. Okay, it's about 6, 7 steps. It will go pretty quick, I promise. I'm not going to bore you. Um, so yeah, there's a GitHub link for like the app. It has a Docker file, has stuff inside. I'll probably need an app after this, but currently the app is there. It's a Django app for cat memes. Like I really like cats. So you see that like there are cat memes like there, and yeah, it's a Django app for that. So we'll be containerizing the Django app with a Docker file, right? And then build an image. So for this one, first off, you like in every Django project, so you have to start your app, like start your project, right? I already have it running, so and okay, I have about 15 minutes, so I'll just go through like the steps so that like if you have any questions in the end, you could like let me know. So the first thing that we do here is to start your project, and then after that, you cd into your project, and then you like create like your Docker file. In the Docker file, you would have this. So in the Docker file, you put in like the usual, like creating the image, the Ubuntu image, the version, then installing certain things which are necessary, like Python, as I said, Nginx. GUnicorn is what we'll be using in this like in this demo, right? And then after that, after putting in your like your details, like your information in the Docker file for which it will be built upon, you go to your terminal, right? And then you build with the Docker command, Docker build -t, and then the name of the project. So after that, you could type Docker images reveal to just see um 1 minute. Yeah, so to see like the sort of like images that you've created. So as you can see, I've really tried a lot. Like I think I killed and I started and I killed. I've done like 4 times. So like 12 hours ago and 20 hours ago. So you can like after you've built the app, right? You can do Docker images to see like which images you've built and all. I hope I'm not speaking at a fast pace because I've been told I talk fast sometimes. But if there's anything, you can just like let me know. I hope everybody's fine. So like going on to the next thing, which is setting up the DB schema. So normally we use a Python manage your PY command, right, to create databases. This one everybody knows this. When you're a Django person, these are like commands that you use every single time. So we have the make migrations and the migrations to like finally migrate. So in this case, we'll be using the make migrations and then migrate so that we can override what we have in our Docker file. There's a command here. So at this point, we are going to use make migrations and migrate to like create like or initialize our database, as I was saying. So for this one, right, after initializing our database, we'll go in there into the shell, which is using the Docker run -i -t, and then the name of the project and then sh at the end, right, to access the shell. So you can run migrations. So I could easily kill this. I just don't want okay, let me just try it out so that Okay, great. So, like typing in this command, like lets you go into the shell, as I was saying, because you need to run your migrations at that point. So that's what you'll be using. So at this point, for after this, you need to like sort of create your super user, because we know that for Django you have the admin side where you can create a super user so that you alone will be able to like log in. So the super user, what will be asked will be the name, email, and your password, which you confirm, and then it's done, right? So the next thing that we are going to look at is registering your Django app, like Docker image on the Docker Hub registry. As I already previously mentioned, when you go to your Docker dashboard, right, you'd see under the repositories tab, you see a couple of repos you have and the images that you've pushed to it. So in there, you normally use Docker login on your in your terminal, right? Um, so for instance, like this, right? So it will do that authentication if you've already logged in before, but if you haven't, you have to type in, you have to know your username and password. Another way that you could also go about this is creating those access tokens, which is like probably most easy or for better detail security, but it's also up to you. You can go with whichever like rocks your boat. So at this point, we said that we are going to register the app, right? So to register the app, you would upload the Django app that you have to your Docker app hub registry, sorry, so that you can retrieve it and deploy it with Kubernetes. So mostly for this one, the command that we use is, let me just type this. So it's normally Docker tab. Yeah. So let me just increase. Okay, sorry. So it's like Docker tag, then the name of the project, and then latest, the name of the image, and then your username and then your repo name. So this one, you are tagging the app that you've built, right? So that you could be able to push it. The next thing or the next command is the Docker push. Um, So with the Docker push is almost the same thing. It's just Docker push and then your name as in your username and then the repo name and then the name of the image. So after this, we are going to look at creating an endpoint for your service. At this point, you've already talked about what the deployment is, right? And with the deployment, you provide certain updates for your pods. There's a YAML file that you normally add when you are doing this. Okay, great. So this is it. So this is the YAML file that you provide when you want to create a deployment. It has like different sections. So normally it starts with the API version, the kind, metadata, spec, the replicas. It refers to how many replicas you want to create, right? In a cluster at a given time. Then you have the template, right? And then the name of the app, in this case, which is Django. Then you also have to specify your containers because you have to specify what image, like the name, the ports, and all that. So all that configuration goes into this YAML file, which will be applied. Um, so let me go back. So at this point, I'm almost at the end, but I would also like want to get questions and I'll show you the output or the result of all this. I have about 10 minutes or 1 minute. Let me just do that. So in this YAML file, as in the deployment and then the SVC is for the service, and then the deployment is for like deploying the app. So the service one, as we were already saying, right, the service is like some form of abstraction that helps you expose like certain ports so that it could be accessed and retrieved, right? So for that one, I created this SVC file for it. You can tweak it to how you want it to be or as in with your specifications. And you also need a deployment.yaml, as I already said. So in the deployment and the SVC is quite similar, right? And you configure as in the node, the ports, and all that. In the end, the last stages of this would be to sort of apply the changes. So there's one is let me type it out. I've already pre-run this command a couple of times, so probably it will just say like no changes detected. So exactly. So the changes I've not made any changes to the Django app. I already pushed, and the other one to sort of like make sure that your service was created, because sometimes when you like create the services, right, there may be issues which you may not see. So it's like more like a checker to make sure that you're on the right path and everything is going fine. So that one it's kubectl, I think it's LVC, and then Django because that's the name of the app. So at this point, you realize that the name, the type, the cluster IP, external IP, the ports, the age, and all that, and then you can access it like on your site. So what was pushed initially was the boilerplate. Have you seen when you first launch your Django app? There's this like launch rocket that like goes. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There's this launch rocket that like goes up. So when you access the endpoint, this is what you get. And then also, so this is the generic page, but with the modifications I did, it's like more like a Catman generator. As I was saying, it's one of those like funny things I'm interested in. So I was like, okay, why not try it? So when you sorry, let me go and see if this is running. The gods of demo are not on my side. Okay. Okay. So I forgot I stopped the server. So as I was saying, this like an app to like generate cat memes. It's from an API that is like open source. You could have a look at the documentation too. So at this point, I'm sure most people have lots of questions which I'm open to, or if there are no questions, you could give me like feedback. And yes, think what's left is the references, and these are like the docs I went through to be able to come up with this. It will probably take some time, but if there's anything, you can reach out to me like for questions or feedback. That's my Twitter handle, and that's my LinkedIn, and I'm very active on both. So thank you so much for having me, and
Thank you
yes.
so much, Afi. That was an exciting and insightful session. Thank you so much. So there's a question for you. The question is that is it cheaper to run Kubernetes on GCP as compared to VM?
It depends because it depends on the resources you are using. So, also like for this like Django app, right? If you have like an app that would like consume a lot of resources or is very heavy, right? You'd have to weigh in whether using running Kubernetes on GCP is more efficient for you or running it via VM. At a conference early on, I mean later on this year, I realized that most people run their stuff like locally. There was this talk that was about doing things a manual way. I think I documented it in one of my tweets. It was basically about we relying a lot on the cloud, like Google and AWS. It's not anything to like be like a contradiction to them, but the talk was on about we learning how to lay those things, like do those things manually, so that like we can manage the cost. There was this output that came that the company was able to slash down their cost by about 90%. So for me, it depends on the resources that you are using, right? And then I think you have to look at it like over a period of time because there'll be times where that app that you want to scale up or down, you increase your resources. There are times when it will not be peak seasons anymore. So for that question, I think it's I cannot give like a straight question to I cannot give it like a straight answer, but it depends on the resources. But for me, I would say for a light app, using Kubernetes is not something I would go for. As I was saying in the beginning, I would rather go for something like Docker Swarm, Heroku, Rancher. There are lots of companies actually use these, but Kubernetes is also an option and it's Google's engine. So yes.
Thank you, Afi. I'm sure the Django lovers have learned a lot. Thank you so much. All right, so I would hand over to Jason. Hi, Jason.
Hi, how are you doing, Miriam?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm doing excellently well. I trust you are
Great,
too.
great. Over to you.
Perfect. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this next super insightful session on day one. I'm totally more than thrilled to introduce a powerhouse in the world of open source, a digital wizard who is always at the front. His name is Mr. Gideon Salami. And with an impressive track record, he's here to take us on a roller coaster of a ride through Google Palm API and in this intriguing world. So strap in and welcome on Mr. Gideon Salami.
Hi, thank you, Jason.
Great to
Okay,
have
I
you.
think I'm on. Awesome, great. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. Hi, guys. So I'm Salami, and I'll be speaking about how to contribute to open source. I mean, the feature of open source with Google Dev Library and the Google Palm API, where we'll be probably be running some tests to get to see how we can build applications with generative AI. So I'll be sharing my screen soon. So we start. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen? Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I'm speaking on the future of open source with Google Dev Library and Google Palm API. Probably, I'm sure this is new to some of you. Probably some of you have already explored other open source libraries, other open source platforms like contributing to frameworks on GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, and all that. Yeah, so this is something new, and I would like to share some lights on it and how developers can also contribute to it by also kind of pushing it to the world. People get to see whatever their amazing stuff they are building. Okay, so with the Google Dev Library, you learn, you build, inspire, and also you contribute to open source. Yeah, so this is one of my favorite quotes from a technologist at Google. He said, "When we have welcoming communities of contributors, open source software gets better and more useful to everyone." Okay, so how to get the most out of Google Dev Library? So I think now there are about 1,600 projects currently live on the platform. Also, there are 8 Google technologies. That's Angular, Android, Firebase, Flutter, Google Earth Engine, Cloud, Google Maps, and now there is MakerSuite. That's Palm 2 API for building generative applications. So let's watch the short video.
We've all been there. You're at your desk attempting that project that you've been putting off for weeks. Well, let me share with you a useful website to get you inspired. Head to devlibrary.withgoogle.com. The Google Dev Library platform is a collection of open source projects and blog posts submitted by professional developers on Google Tech, like Android, Flutter, Firebase, and more. It's a great source of inspiration for new ideas. We've all been there. You're at your desk, attempting that project that you've been putting off for weeks. Well, let me share with you a useful website to get you inspired. Head to devlibrary.withgoogle.com. The Google Dev Library platform is a collection of open source projects and blog posts submitted by We've all been there. You're at your desk, attempting that project that you've been putting off for weeks. Well, let me share with you a useful website to get you inspired. Head to devlibrary.withgoogle.com. The Google Dev Library platform is a collection of open source projects and blog posts submitted by professional developers on Google Tech, like Android, Flutter, Firebase, and more. It's a great source of inspiration for new ideas, or if you're simply looking to find a new way to solve a problem. Google Dev Library has you covered, with all the resources curated by Google engineers. You can even reuse some code. After all, it's open source. If you're looking for new ideas, navigate to the product area page, click on the desired technology such as Firebase, and refine using filters such as category and expertise, and then select either blog or open source. If you're searching for a specific topic, you can use the search bar on the product page and browse the content by product area. You can also connect with authors from a product if you like their content on Dev Library. As you can see, there are a ton of useful articles and information available right at your fingertips. And finally, if you're a developer using Google technologies and have a blog post or an open source project, why not share your content with us? Your work will be reviewed and then featured on our website. This is a great opportunity to showcase your work. You could also be featured on the Google Developers YouTube channel, or even be discovered by the Google Developer Experts program. As you can see, Dev Library is a handy source of information. Hit the subscribe button for the latest project ads direct to your inbox. I hope this helps boost your productivity and creativity.
Awesome. So that was a quick video on how to get the most out of the Google Dev Library. Right now, I think there are about 600 plus authors in 80 plus countries, and we have developers from all over the world contributing to Google products. Yeah. So what can I contribute to on the Dev Library platform, right? So from me explaining having products like TensorFlow, Android, Flutter, Angular, Google Engine, Firebase, Google Maps, Google Cloud, you can contribute to one technical blogs. This is how to kind of write documentations, modify collabs, use cases which can be published on any blogging platform. Also, GitHub repos, right? So let's take Flutter. Flutter has this open source Flutter is open source, and their repo is live on GitHub, where we have developers from all over the world contributing to it, making suggestions, refactoring some codes, and modifying some old errors. Some also building new innovative structures and making a pull request for the maintainers to accept, right? And if it's accepted, like your contribution is counted as appear right on the repo. So you can contribute to GitHub repos like projects, apps, libraries, subtitle codes under the MIT Apache 2.0 open source licenses. and all that. So languages, like what I said, currently accept only English context language. I think now they've started accepting French as well, but it's not really kind of open yet. Also, the technologies, I mentioned them already, the Android, Google AI, Flutter, Angular, Google Cloud, Google Maps, Firebase, and right now there is the Maker Suite as well, which is the Google Palm 2 API for building generative applications, generative AI applications. So why should you contribute, right? Yeah, so let's listen to one of the authors. Okay, so let's watch this quick video. Let me. Okay, so let's watch this quick interview video.
Good afternoon, Rising. How are you?
Yeah, good afternoon, Sebastian. I'm doing fine. And you?
I'm doing very well. You're in Nigeria at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. Lagos, Nigeria.
Okay, perfect. Tell me, what are 3 words or numbers or a few sentences that would describe you the best?
Okay, kind of a tricky question, but I like to say, first of all, I'm human. So obviously not an alien. And yeah, I'm a software engineer by trade. And also I have the idea that people are actually in charge of their own happiness, kind of like a strong stance to take in my life. But I have that belief and that conviction that everyone is in charge of their own happiness in life. So yeah, I think that's how I can describe myself.
You also told me before, and it's fine, I can cut this if you don't feel comfortable. You said you're also an entertainer. Do you want to share a bit more, a few words about how you're an entertainer? That's original.
Yeah. Okay. Entertainer in the sense that I don't know, when I'm with friends, I joke. I like to joke around. I like to make people laugh, make people happy. So I like to play pranks on people, and especially when I'm with people I'm comfortable with. So that's the reason why I said I'm like an entertainer.
Any thoughts about doing stand-up comedy?
Not really. I think I'll be terrible at it.
Okay, that's fair. Let's talk about technology. Thank you for making the time today. I wanted to chat with you so we can maybe inspire other developers with your journey and the stuff that you've been building. And one of the projects, the open source projects you've been working on, if I'm not mistaken, how do we pronounce it? Is it Danfo.js?
Yeah, perfect. Danfo.js.
All right. So this is a JavaScript package that's built using TensorFlow.js. Do you want to share more about what that does, what this is about, and how you came about to building or contributing to that project?
Okay. Yeah. So basically, I like to define Danfo.js in one phrase. I like to call it the pandas of JavaScript. So for people who are not familiar with pandas is basically a very popular Python library for working with structured data. Okay. So Danfo is what pandas is in the Python ecosystem. So Danfo is that same library, but in JavaScript. So basically, you can use Danfo to analyze and process structured data, such as CSV files, Excel files, JSON files. So you can use it to process those data, to analyze them, to basically do wrangling before maybe you can start doing machine learning or data visualization and stuff like that. So basically, that's what Danfo does. And in terms of how we came about the library, because I built it with a friend, Steven. So basically, I think about a year back, I was doing lots of work with TensorFlow.js, and I discovered that there were lots of missing libraries that were not fully formed yet in the JavaScript ecosystem. And that was actually pandas was like the most important one that we needed. Okay, so I find out that for me to do machine learning mode, for me to build machine learning models or do some machine learning jobs in JavaScript environment, I have to process my data. Okay, and for me to process my data, I need access to functions, pandas like functions that will make it easy for me to process this data. And I found out that every time I want to do something like this, I have to rewrite most of these functions. I have to write these functions myself. So I was like, okay, wouldn't it be better if we have like a library like Pandas existing in JavaScript? So I searched the net, and the ones I found were really, really outdated, and they were kind of different from Pandas in a way. So I talked to my friend Steven, and I found out that he had an idea about designing a Pandas-like library as well. So I said, okay, let's collaborate on this. So we collaborated on it and started building it. So basically, the idea of building Danfo was actually to help myself first. So, and I found out that people actually wanted something like this. And when we open sourced it, it was welcomed. People have been using it, contributing to it, and that's just the background story behind it.
In what cases would you recommend using the JavaScript language as opposed to Python? Because you're trying to replicate what Pandas is doing. And I have a very selfish reason to ask that question is I'm really bad at Python. I'm a coder on the side, and I do my little projects, and I love JavaScript. So that's my selfish question. In what cases would you recommend JavaScript as opposed to Python? Or for someone who may not be familiar, which one would you recommend to go into and explore more?
Okay. Yeah, like I always say, I use Python. So I use Python, I use JavaScript. So I have first-hand experience in both. Just because of my knowledge of Python, I was able to port the code into JavaScript. So in terms of ML, Python is more matured right now at the moment. They have lots of libraries, lots of tools, great community around it. And so for JavaScript, it's still a developing community. Okay, lots of tools are not available. So in terms of when to use which of these tools, for me, I say it depends on the problem, depends on what you want to do. Okay, so basically I tend to use TensorFlow.js or Danfo.js when I want to build a particular application that needs maybe a client side, okay, that needs front side. So because JavaScript.
Yeah, so that is a short interview with one of the machine learning GDs from Nigeria, where he wrote a model to kind of run down for rights in their country, and over here it's called Churchill. Yeah, so this is how he contributed to open source, right? Using the good dev library, where other developers started using this model and building with applications with that. Yeah, so why should you contribute? So you can share with the community and help others to learn. So we have so Rua Kanda is also a senior Flutter mobile app developer and a co-founder at Motica, and she has been also contributing a lot to the Flutter ecosystem through the good dev library, and yeah, so you could see a lot of people are doing that. Personally, I do that a lot. I've been contributing for the past 2 years now. Yes, and also also why should you contribute, right? So you get the opportunity to kind of reach and inspire more the developers out there, people that kind of look up to you, people that are struggling to kind of figure out something to work on, right? Probably they get to see your contribution and they use that as a stepping stone to explore their paths, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so how to get started with sorry, I don't know. Okay, I'm going too fast. Okay, so how to get started with the good dev library? So you can visit the website that the dev library does with google.com, explore the product and the API, select your desired products. So you can see a lot of options like Flutter, Google Earth Engine, Firebase, TensorFlow, and a lot of products from Google where you can get you kind of find some innovative projects that have been worked by developers, GDs, students, Googlers, and all that on their platform. Also, you can get to learn from the developer communities, author candidates as well. That's also available in their products. You can also find product experts and others. Also, you can build to showcase your technical projects, and if it's approved by the maintainers of the platform, it will be live on the platform as well. Yeah, so we'll be talking a little bit about, my time is almost up, so we'll be talking a little bit about the Google Palm 2 API. Yes, so this is one interesting thing that people don't really know about. I think it came about. Okay, so Palm 1 has been there for some time now, but then the Palm 2 is what even bad. I don't know whether you know Google Bad. That's what Google Bad depends on, right? So it's a large language module used to build prototypes with generative AI. Yeah, so I did something a little bit on Flutter. Probably I might share that. Maybe we might run a quick demo. Um, yeah. Okay. So I'll first kind of let me quickly share my screen to that portion. Okay. 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 So let's watch this quick video. Then after that, we'll have our short demo.
Palm 2 is Google's next generation large language model. The model is really different than anything that we've built before. Palm 2 is very good at math, at code, at advanced reasoning, and then also at multilingual tasks like translation. The way that it was able to accomplish this was because it was trained on scientific and mathematical data. Palm 2 was trained on around 100 spoken word languages and over 20 programming languages. Palm 2 is already being used to power Bard, Google's Workspace products, the Palm API. You might already be using Palm V2 and not even know it. Palm 2 can translate not only spoken word languages, but also programming languages. So if you wanted to go from Python to R, or C++ to Rust, or JavaScript to TypeScript, Palm 2 can get you most of the way there. So I could use Palm 2 to collaborate with a colleague in a code base that might have all of its documentation implemented in Korean. Palm 2 is also good at generating and understanding nuanced language, like idioms and riddles. And this is important because it requires understanding not just the figurative meaning of the words, but also the literal intent. Here at Google, we've been thinking about AI for years. Everything from the transformer architecture to our tensor processing units, or TPUs, our open source frameworks like TensorFlow or JAX, or many of the open source libraries that we've created. Many of the advancements that we've pioneered are in the products that you use every day. To build Palm 2, we used compute optimal scaling, which basically means that as you're increasing the size of the dataset, you increase the size of your compute proportionally. That means that even though Palm 2 is smaller than previous large language models, it performs better overall. Not only that, it's also more efficient to serve and therefore more environmentally friendly. At Google, we are committed to releasing only safe and ethical tools to the public. We trained Palm 2 to de-escalate aggressive and toxic prompting. It not only avoids these conversations or attempts to avoid them, it also steers them in more positive directions. We're also using Palm 2 to advance research directions internally, and everything from healthcare to cybersecurity. So these models are already capable of doing so many things. But they're going to be able to do even more. And as we move into the world of multimodal models, we're going to see even more compelling capabilities. So not only being able to handle modalities like text and code, but also being able to understand and even to generate video, audio, and images. Be sure to check out the next video in this series about MedPalm. It was trained and fine-tuned on Palm 2 and is specifically focused on medical use cases.
Google Palm 2 platform. So I'll just share my screen to a tab just to explain a little bit about the Maker suite so that you can probably explore on your free time. Yeah, so okay, so let me share this tab quickly. Okay. Okay. If you can see my screen, if you can see this tab, okay, so you can just so from your Google search engine, you can just type Google Maker API over here. Yeah, so you get to see the Maker Suite generative AI for developers, where you can explore the PAM API more. So this is for the developers, right? Who would like to kind of build interesting applications with AI, where they can explore the APIs. And so let's just run a quick demo on how to use the platform, how to navigate on the platform. Yeah, I think I created an API. Probably I would delete it right after here, so people don't get to use it. You can also build it from. You can also create it from your. Yeah, so if I think I signed up and I got into probably if you should sign up. Yeah, so that's how it looks like. So over here you get to see the model tuning. You can create an API from scratch from here. You can create a text prompt, data prompt, chat prompts. Here leads you to the documentation, where you get to explore on how to use the Python client and also the REST frameworks using the large language models, the operations and all that. Yeah, so there are more interesting stuff on the platform, right? Where you can explore the vectors AI as well. So yeah, so let's do. So I did something a little. I think a prompt chat with Flutter, where I decided to test the API, right? So let me quickly share my screen to this of my app. So we go quickly. So I mean, you can literally do this in any other language, but I decided to use Flutter to just explain how they implement it, right? When you're writing your code, something small. So let me quickly share my screen to that portion of my screen, then we'll quickly go through it. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm sharing my screen now. I don't know if my screen is showing. Okay. Yes, so this is a basic Flutter app. So I'm currently building it in Xcode. I'm running it on an iOS simulator. So from here, from our main door, that's like where everything starts, right? We have so okay. So this kind of routes the home screen. So the home screen is just a page where there is a placeholder for people to kind of, for the user to kind of type their prompts and also get a feedback from their API. So there's something simple, right? So from here, see how I called the functions, right? Final API service. And Okay. Uh, let's wait a little bit. I want it to run, then we test it out quickly. Okay, so let's come here. Let's come to the API service. That's, I think, this is an important aspect of it all, right? So this is my API, which I'll delete later, right? So you can call your API in a class where final string, right? So you call it in the future to get the response from the string prompts. And so over here, you can use the endpoint URL. So the endpoint URL is always this way. So I mean, generative.googleapis.com, then you call it with the http.post request. So you always use the URL and the headers, right? Then yeah, so this should kind of this should generate the response really fine, and this should throw an exception if your data is unable to load. Yeah, so there's like a basic way of kind of building an API service in that. Sorry, in Flutter. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know why it's taking so long to launch. Yeah, so I just only had to only add the HTTP package and Flutter, and that was it. And I had to just, yeah. Okay, so since this is taking so long, let me just wrap my talk. But then I think most of the devs on the live would understand from this portion, right? Where you could just you could just build a simple API service, and that's this way to call your functions and just write your functions here where it gets the response and throws an error if your response is not able to kind of get from the API, just using like the controllers in your placeholders. Yeah. Okay. So that is it for contributing to Google Dev Library and also using the Google Maker API suite for building generative applications here. So I would share a link to 1 minute. Let me share the link in the chat session so that other developers can also explore this Palm API, and you could kind of build awesome application features. Yeah. So I think I have 2 questions. Jason, if answer. Hi, Jason.
Can you hear me? Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much, Salami. That was very incredible.
Hello,
I learned a
Jason.
lot myself. We only have a minute, so I'm just going to read one question because that's what we have time for. The question says, "Can juniors contribute to projects on the library?" And I think that's a very important question. Where do juniors fit in this process?
Yes, so it's actually open from so genius. I mean, so it's like this. It's from novice to experts, right? So anybody in this category can contribute to any of the projects that are open sourced on their platform. They can also kind of build their projects and make them open source. Probably you could come up with you could kind of build something innovative with the Palm 2 API, and maybe decide to share it with the world so that people get to see what you built, and probably someone can pick inspiration from it. Also, there are a lot of open source projects, right, on the Good Dev library that you can contribute to. I think mostly they always links, like it's like they always direct you to the GitHub repos, and you can just create a pull request and make your contributions. And if it makes sense to the maintainers, they would gladly accept your PR. Yeah, so it's open to everybody.
Perfect, perfect. That was a very wonderful one. Thank you so much, Gideon, and it was great having you on.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
All right. I trust everyone is having such a great time so far on a beautiful Friday afternoon in November. Next on our list, we have a very special speaker, and she's going to be talking about strengthening cybersecurity, tackling human vulnerability factor, and that's going to be Patricia Serwa. And I'm more than honored to invite her to the stage right now.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Uh,
Hi.
Now it's time to move away from the programming a little bit. So
For sure.
let's talk about security as we talk about using the technology, using all these factors, right? Yeah.
Perfect.
So uh, hello everyone. I hope you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Hello. Oh, okay. I guess I can go on now. So, my name is Patricia, and I'm really honored to be here. I'll be speaking to you about how to strengthen cybersecurity by tackling the human vulnerability factor. So, first of all, who is Patricia Sewa Kodie Ajikum? Allow me to brag small, right? So, Patricia is a cybersecurity professional and a recent graduate of the Cyber Girls Program 2023 cohort. Um, Cyber Girls is the biggest free cybersecurity training and mentorship program for young women in Africa. Um, Applications for the next cohorts will open on Monday, 20th. Yeah, 20th November. So you can apply if you're a lady and you're interested in cybersecurity. Alongside my graduation, I've earned a couple of professional certifications, including the ISC squared certified in cybersecurity, which proudly reflects in my name as CC. I also work as a writer and a tech host or a presenter at Kweku Tech. I offer consultancy and cybersecurity trainings for companies, community groups, churches, individuals, anywhere you invite me, right? I also volunteer with Cyber Ghana as an instructor and then their media person. At Cyber Ghana, we organize cybersecurity competitions among senior high schools, and we equip the SHS students with industrial cybersecurity skills, including the use of cybersecurity tools like Silent Eye, autopsy, OS forensics, and many, many more. As a hardcore tech advocate, I channel my passion into LinkedIn as well, where I frequently share tech insights with a particular focus on cybersecurity. So yeah, I'm biased towards cybersecurity now. So please feel free to connect with me so that you can be enjoying some of these posts that I make. Right. So enough about me. Uh, Now, why this topic? Most of us have this misconception that small businesses are not viable targets for cyber criminals. So, if let's say you're a startup, you can let something slide. Well, criminals don't care. They don't care how broke you are, whether as an individual or a small business. Also, talking about individuals, right? Um, you may also be carrying this perception that you don't have anything to hide or you don't have any money to be stolen whatsoever. So even if you get hacked, they get nothing. Well, that is a mere misconception as well. It is not always about money or something you might be hiding. Let me tell you something. Just a small gist. In 2022, Meta, the parent company of Facebook, recorded over 400 malicious iOS and Android applications that were created specifically to target stealing people's Facebook credentials. I mean, over 400 applications just to steal Facebook credentials. Why do you think they were stealing Facebook credentials? Well, it is because digital footprint matters. By the time you realize someone is posting porn with your Facebook account or probably begging for money from your connections in your name, yes, a lot can happen. a lot could go wrong when they gain access to your system. Sometimes too, we think that it is solely the responsibility of the creators of the apps we use, or the telecom companies or the banks and the other entities we are involved with. Is solely their responsibility to protect us. No, that's not true. We as individuals, we also have a part to play. Now, if you think cybersecurity solutions are too expensive, wait until you lose money and valuable assets uh, to cyber crimes. That can be more expensive and very, very, very devastating. So you don't need to start doing so much. Just start from somewhere and gradually build on it. Also, this one is hard, but I have to say it. Having one strong password is never enough for all your accounts. No. When an attacker gains access to one of your accounts, it means automatically they have access to the rest. So please, it's never done. I mean, it's done. We've been doing it, but it's not a good practice. Now, let me tell you some interesting facts about cybersecurity. Um, Cybercrime is expected to cost the world $10.5 trillion annually by 2025. That's according to Cybersecurity Ventures. And according to the same Cybersecurity Ventures, ransomware attacks have increased by 150% globally, with an attack occurring every 11 seconds. I know you are tech people, so you know ransomware, but I would like to be as, break things down as much as possible. So ransomware simply means an attacker taking over your machine as you've installed that particular software, bad software, right? For them to take over and then take over your assets and ask you to pay money before they release them to you. So those attacks have increased by 150% globally, and it's occurring every 11 seconds. Who do you think they are trying to attack within 11 seconds? Probably all of us here are under attack right now. And mobile devices have become weak links in corporate IT security, with 45% of organizations suffering from a mobile attack. So that one too is according to Verizon Mobile Security Index. Verizon Mobile Security Index. Yeah. And upon all these, as at 2022, there was a projected shortage of 3.4 million cybersecurity professionals. That's according to the ISC squared cybersecurity workforce study in 2022. Shortage of 3.4 million. So, if you think cybersecurity is something that interests you, you should start looking into it, because the world needs you. 3.4 million. I mean, they need more. That was just by the way. According to IBM Cyber Security Intelligence Index report in June 2022, 95% of cyber security breaches were mainly caused by human errors. I'll go right ahead to explain what I mean by human errors. But in other words, if human error was somehow eliminated entirely, it means approximately 19 out of 20 cyber breaches may not have happened at all. So let me explain what a human error means. Human error in cybersecurity basically means mistakes that people make, or things people do or they don't do by accident. So these oversights and actions, or inactions, can lead to either an easy spread or permit that particular security breach to occur. So it's either you are adding to it, or you are rather starting it. You are making a start. So in security, when we talk about a vulnerability, we are referring to something like a weak point in a system. It's like um, something that a hacker can potentially exploit to break into a system, right? And there are several examples of vulnerabilities. We have hardware vulnerabilities, we have software vulnerabilities, and more. But then today, my focus is on the human vulnerability factor. And as you can see in the picture, yeah, this is how vulnerable the human factor in any system can be. You can have the tightest security measures in place, but if the human factor, in terms of employees, users, in terms of you and I, are weak, everything can crumple in seconds. Now, mistakes happen when there is a chance for them to happen. So it is important to reduce these chances as much as possible. Also, we'll keep making mistakes if we are not sure about the right things to do, right? And the risk involved. I mean, if you agree with me, please drop it in the comment section. I'll check it later. Unless you disagree, that if there is no chance for the mistake to happen, it can't happen. So it's best to reduce those chances and then um, educate. And that brings me to my next point. So, to fix the human vulnerability, we need to work on both sides. We need to reduce the opportunities available for human errors, and then also educate ourselves to understand what is right and the risks involved. Now, let's start with the latter, which is educating ourselves to understand what is right and the risks involved, right? Um, we can do that through trainings or workshops and awareness campaigns. So, like what I'm doing with you now today, right? Um, that's something we can be doing often. Regularly educating ourselves on cybersecurity is very important because it ensures that we are all aware of the latest threats and risks, and we also get to know how to keep ourselves and our organization safe. Many a time, uh, organizations have rules in place for security, but employees might follow them just because they have to, without understanding why. Now, here's where the problem comes in, right? When people feel pushed to do something, they tend to look for shortcuts or probably an easier way out. So it's important that we understand why we do what we have to do. So, one of the major things that we need to educate ourselves on very much is social engineering. Social engineering is basically when an attacker uses psycho, like plays on your mind, to manipulate and trick a victim into making security mistakes or probably sharing sensitive information. And it comes in different forms, like pretexting, which is when an attacker creates a scenario that establishes a certain level of trust to deceive you into sharing sensitive information. So, example, somebody can pose as your longtime friend and try to give you as much information to make you trust that they are indeed who they are saying they are, right? Baiting is also one of them. I'm just mentioning a few, just the examples I listed there. So, baiting is when the attacker leverages deception to exploit the victim's greed or curiosity as a trap to get them. So, for example, an attacker can send you an email that you have won a prize in a certain competition. So, click a certain link to redeem it, or Google is giving out something for free or something. So, those kind of free, uh, free kind of targeting your greed and your curiosity. That's a form of baiting attempt. Now, phishing is when the attacker uses fear and urgency to deceive the victim into uh, revealing those sensitive information or probably installing a malware which simply means a malicious software, right? Um, Phishing is mostly done through emails, but then it can also be done through other means. It can be done through SMS. When it's done through SMS, we call it smishing. So SMS phishing. When it's done through a voice call, you can call it vishing, which is voice phishing, right? There are several other social engineering techniques that time will not permit me to delve into. So an attacker can sometimes combine two or more of these techniques to get you to share those sensitive credentials, download their malwares, or even grant them access to the tools that they need to escalate their attacks in your system. Um, we mostly use phishing as like a general term for them because it seems to be the most popular and it cuts across. So, to identify phishing attempts, um, check for the following signs that we will be discussing in the next slide. You is an acronym I came up with while preparing for this presentation. And the pronunciation is like you pray, meaning wo pray in Chi, which is you rush in English. So I want you to remember this anytime you receive an unfamiliar email, phone call, text, or any form of communication. Do not rush. Don't pray. Check for these signs in you pray before you take any action. So the first one, you, means urgent and alarming language. So if it sounds too urgent that it doesn't give enough room for you to take your time to think about the action you are being requested to take, think about it again. For instance, somebody calls you claiming to have mistakenly sent you some money that was intended for someone else, and they need you to send it back immediately, like putting pressure on you. Or probably somebody calls you and is asking you to share um, a certain pin, right, from your phone. Don't do it. It may be a phishing attempt. The P stands for poor writing, um, misspelling, or unusual language. So, example, a few days ago, after Baumia, the vice president, won the showdown. I mean, we all heard about the showdown. If you don't know showdown, please raise your hand. When he won the showdown, there was this message circulating on WhatsApp that he's giving out free 10 gigabytes to supporters. In it, the Vodafone was spelled as Vodacom. If you have the message, you can go and check it right now. Clearly, it's a phishing attempt. R is for requesting to send personal information or financial information, right? No legitimate company will ask for your PIN, password, bank credentials, or any secret information. No, none. So don't fall for it. I stands for um, incorrect email addresses, domain names, or links. So, for instance, if you see something like Amazon.com instead of Amazon, when they are claiming to send whatever they are sending to you from Amazon, um, mostly you can hover your cursor on the links, the buttons, or the attached document to investigate them before clicking on them, right? So always verify email addresses and domains before taking any action. Verify the links before taking any action. In fact, perform these checks on any communication you receive daily. Make it a part of your life, not to just trust things easily, because an attacker can even pose like a legitimate person. Feel free to invite me to your workshops wherever so that we continue spreading the word there. But for now, let's continue. Now, the other way to tackle the human vulnerability factor is by reducing the opportunities, as I mentioned earlier, for human errors to occur. And this means that you have to probably change your work practices or personal routines to limit the chances of making mistakes. So in an organization, the exact changes that need to be made might depend on what the business is about. But then there are still some general guidelines that we can all adapt to. And I'll mention just a few. So the first is applying access management controls. Access management simply means controlling and right word, monitoring access to information, actions, or physical areas to ensure security and prevent unauthorized access or use. Right. Um, it includes various strategies like the ones I've listed: authentication, authorization, privilege control, limited. So I'll first touch on the privilege control and limited access control. Privilege control basically means assigning appropriate permissions and privileges to users based on their roles and their responsibilities. And then limited access means putting measures in place to restrict or limit access to certain resources or actions, not necessarily tied to their specific rules. So, in simple terms, privilege control is like having the keys to a certain room you need for your job. So, you have that key because of your job, because you need that for your job, right? But then limited access control is ensuring that though you have the keys to that particular room, you are restricted from having access to other rooms. And even within that specific place or that specific room, there are still some drawers that you cannot open. You are restricted from opening because that is not needed for you. So the two concepts often work together mostly. As I'm explaining to you, see, they are kind of related. And then authentication and authorization. To authentication is the process of verifying the identity of the user or a system, um, or anybody, an entity, right? That is trying to access something. So you are verifying the identity before you grant them that access. While authorization is determining what actions or resources that particular verified user, after that person has been authenticated, what is the person authorized to do or permitted to do, right? So to have an effective security strategy as a business, it is advisable to use more than one or probably all of these strategies. The more, the safer. Now, let's move a step further into password management. And this subject cannot be overemphasized. Using a weak password is like using the snack. I think it's called Cheetos. Yeah, I don't think I've tasted it before, but I think it's it's called Cheetos. But if you know the actual name, please drop it in the comment section for me, right? Using a weak password is like using this basic snack to secure your door. It is definitely not safe. Passwords are not supposed to be treated like mere formalities. They are actually necessities. And you must understand that it is very, very important that you take them seriously. I'll drop a few tips you need to follow when it comes to passwords, and that will be all for my presentation. So if you are getting bored already, I'm wrapping up soon. So always create passwords that are hard to guess. There are actually techniques to guide you in creating very complex passwords, but because of time, I will not delve into all that, right? So let's highlight a few don'ts for when it comes to password. Don't use admin. Don't use 12345. Don't use 9876 or letters on the keyboard, like letters on the same line of the keyboard, like QWERTY. No. Don't use your name. Don't use your date of birth or that of any close relative, your pet, your lover, their names. Don't use anything relatable. Make it as complex as possible. And do not repeat them for multiple accounts or applications. Also, store your passwords securely. Don't write them into your diary. I know someone who says she has a book of passwords. Please don't write them down. Like, don't write them down. And don't write them on any sticky note and paste it on your machine. It's also a not. You just give an easy way in. If you don't want to stress yourself with remembering too many complex passwords, as I'm telling you to create strong, complex passwords, please use a password manager. So, password managers like um, LastPass. I think there's another one called Dashlane, and I think one password. One password. There are a couple of them. So just research on them and use one, right? Saving your password on your Google Chrome browser doesn't mean you are using a password manager. In fact, passwords saved on Google Chrome browser can easily be hacked. They are not safe. So please, if you've been doing that, please stop. Update your passwords from time to time. And for that too, a password manager can help. Password manager can suggest some unique, strong passwords for your account, and then it will help you store them securely as well. All that you need to keep in your mind is that one very strong password that you use to secure that password manager, and that will be all. So turn on two-factor authentication. In some cases, or in some applications, it is called multi-factor authentication. Whether you see two-factor or you see multi-factor, please turn it on. It's an extra layer of security that you can apply aside having your password to strengthen your security. Research on every application or account that you use. Most of them have this feature available now. Now it's very common. So please research on them. And if you find how to enable it, please enable it. If you've not done it for WhatsApp, don't let me finish speaking. Like, do it right now. Again, beware of phishing attempts. Don't share your passwords with anyone, just as you won't share your house keys with strangers. In an email or a phone call or any other, if somebody is requesting for your password or your PIN or something very personal, it is definitely not legit. Don't, don't give it out. Lastly, just as you would lock your door when you are done or when you are leaving your house, please log out of your accounts when you are done using them. In summary, cyber attackers keep getting smarter and more complex. A white man would say more sophisticated as the day goes by. Individuals and organizations are losing money and valuable assets, as I gave in the analysis earlier, to cyber crimes. So don't take cybersecurity for granted. And don't think attackers are too far from you. They are not. Attempts are being made on you in particular daily. So please do protect yourself. My name is Patricia Sewa Kodia Dikum. Feel free to connect with me on all social media platforms as Trisha underscore Katapa GH. Apart from LinkedIn, where you know it's official. So for LinkedIn, I have my full name, Patricia Sewa Kodie Adekum. You can invite me to speak on cybersecurity any day, and I'll make myself available. Like cybersecurity all the way. If you have any questions, I am always here to answer them. Thank you. It's taking over.
Tisha, that was definitely excellent. I believe in everything we've discussed today. Security is the underlining factor behind everything. Everything must be secured, especially with artificial intelligence advancing, introducing threats is definitely happening. And people like yourself and other experts in the industry need to keep us on the forefront of awareness. But we only have time for one question, and it says, do you think sentences are more secure than a random password random collection of characters for a password?
Okay, so that that's a good question. Well, if you are using a sentence like the tips I gave earlier, it shouldn't be anything relatable and it shouldn't be just a full sentence. I didn't want to delve much into creating the passwords because of time, but uh, you can change some of the letters. You can mix special characters. You can have numbers in there. You can even swap some of the letters, and the sentence should be very random, like something that is not easily relatable when somebody
Yeah.
thinks of you. Yeah. So that's what I have to say to that question.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much, Patricia. It was amazing having you on the stream. And next, I'm going to hand over to my very dear colleague and friend, Aisha Badmus, who's going to moderate the next session. Hi, Aisha. I trust you're doing well and welcome.
Hello. Hi, Jason. How are you?
I'm doing excellent this afternoon.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
fine.
take it from
Good
here.
afternoon.
Perfect.
Thank you. I Please, our next speaker is MFA Dua. She's a data analyst at Beacon Power Services, and she will be speaking on transitioning into data science, steps and resources for a successful career. Hi, MFA. MFA, can you?
Hi, Aisha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Over to
Can you
you.
hear me too?
Yes, I can.
Great. So I'll be sharing my screen. Okay, so in a minute I'll be ready with my screen. Kindly let me know if it's visible. Hello, can anybody see my screen? Aisha. Hello, Aisha.
Hello, MFA.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. It is. We can see you.
Okay, that's fine. So, thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me. It's going to be a brief session and it's going to be a snappy and an insightful one. I'll take it briefly. So I'm going to speak on the topic transitioning into data science, steps and resources for a successful career change. So currently there has been a lot of people that trying to transition into data analysis, data science, moving from different backgrounds. Some people are even moving from the banking to being a data analyst, or even from the political side of science to data analytics, data science, and that's normal. If you feel you want to transition, it's always good to transition to feel okay and to have that career fulfillment. And so I'm going to take you through a brief session where I'm going to help you with some steps and resources, things that are really necessary that you have to consider to be really successful in the career transitioning. So, with my outline, I'm going to talk briefly about what data science is, and I'm going to have a list of some various career paths you can go into if you want to transition into data science. And also, I'm going to highlight some few steps to transition with ease, and also some few steps to be successful in your transition, and give some conclusions. So, what is data science? Data science is actually a study of data, okay, to extract meanings out of it. And data, it keeps increasing. You know, if you go online, every click you make, You go to your social media platforms, when you scroll, when you comment, it's generating data. Okay. When you go online, you make a purchase, you order something online, it's being delivered to you, it's data. So data science some years back wasn't in the picture. It's something that has now caught attention, and this is because now I want to combine different disciplines. So it has a bit of mathematics, it has a bit of statistics, it has a bit of AI, it has a bit of computer engineering to be able to analyze like huge amounts of data, because every second within like 30 seconds or like within 1 minute, the data that has been produced is quite a lot, and we want to make some insights out of it. And so data science is actually the study of this data to extract meanings. And whilst we are extracting these meanings, we want to borrow, you know, ideas from each principle, borrow idea from the math, borrow idea from the statistics, borrow idea from artificial intelligence to be able to analyze this data. So straight away, I'm going to talk about some various career paths, and um, we have a data scientist as the path, which is data science. You can be a data scientist, you can be a data analyst, you can also be a machine learning engineer, you can be a data engineer, you can be business intelligence analyst, you can be AI specialist, you can be a database administrator, and many more. This list is not exhaustive. These are just like a few to be able to help you. So when you are doing the job search, you don't only focus on data science, because every company has a name they call for the positions they are opening. So you may want to read the roles, the roles that you have to do. Sometimes the title may not come as data scientist, but when you read, the roles and the responsibility is just not like very similar to what a data scientist is doing. So with data scientists, I'm going to give you a brief like difference amongst this. The data scientist is actually cuts across the mathematics, computer science, and they do more of um, you need to have an idea of machine learning. You need to know about AI. You won't do it fully, but like you borrow small ideas from this and then you put it together to be able to make insights. A data analyst only focuses on probably the descriptive part of the analysis and also the exploratory part of the analysis. Okay, data science go more into the predictive parts of the analysis, where you have to model, train, use the data and existing data to be able to train models, to be able to predict, you know, um, anything that you are interested in for future, analysis and future advices. And so data analyst, to become a data scientist, you should start from being a data analyst. You should know how to manipulate data, you should know how to visualize data, you should know how to make meaning out of data before you take it to the next level of being a data scientist. You don't just jump to data scientist. You need to start from the basics, which is the data analysis, which we have four types. We have the descriptive, we have the predictive, we have the diagnostics and all that. So when you're comfortable with that, then you can now upgrade and then focus more on the predictive side of it. That makes you a data scientist. Machine learning engineer focuses only on building models. So the tool that you really have to be comfortable with is Python. Okay, so that is where you are going to actually train models to be able to predict in some X number of years what we want to expect. As a data analyst, you might not do more of Python. You might do a bit of SQL. You might do a bit of Excel. You might do a bit of Power BI, because depending on the company that you find yourself in, you want to know the tools that they will need. Same with business data engineer. Data engineer is basically, creating pipelines where your data will go into. So if people go into your website, any click they make, you should be able to have this pipeline that when they click on something, maybe it should move to maybe an Excel sheet where it has the name of whoever clicked, the time, whatever they clicked on. And when you're able to put all this data down, it could help the business make some insights. Okay, and business intelligence analysis is the same as like a BI analyst, and their focus is more on using Power BI to make insights. And you have to know how to use the complex task code to be able to make insights. Same with AI specialists. more of AI, Python, and then database administrator is more of using SQL. Okay, so how to access your data based on your database. Okay, how to access the SQL scripts you need to write to be able to pull that particular data you're interested to make insights on. So there are so many career paths you can go into. Just look at yourself and what you want to do and the side that you have interest in, and then decide on what to do. Okay, and you're going to talk about some few steps to transition here. First of all, you have to gain foundational knowledge, okay, in math, statistics, and computer science. These are just the foundational knowledge. You don't have to go too much deep into maybe the calculus and all those things. Just the foundation. You may want to go deep into the calculus and all those things, the integration, the differentiation, if you want to, specialize in machine learning engineering or AI engineering or AI specialist, then you have to go deep into that side. If you want to go into the data analytics side, the business intelligence side, then your focus will drift a bit into statistics, because statistics, you're going to know how to make insights on whatever data you are receiving. Okay, and the same as computer science, respect to the Python coding and all that. So these are the foundational knowledge that you need, and you need to be proficient in programming, especially with the SQL, R, and Python. SQL is just structured query language that is used to be able to access a company's data on the database. Okay, so if you want a particular database for, say, let's say just this month, you write the select, whatever columns you're interested in, or if you want to select all columns from this particular database, if you have to do a join, an inner join, left join, and then maybe you give a condition, maybe where the dates is in maybe 2023, or maybe June to December, or so these are queries that you write to extract relevant data from the whole database. Okay, and R is more of a statistical software for those who want to go more into research, and Python is kind of like an open source programming language which cuts across. The data analysts use it, data scientists use it, and other programming languages to it. The Python, you can also use it for that. So this is something you have to build foundational knowledge in and be proficient. When I say be proficient, not to know it proper, but just have in mind that you are trying to transition. So you don't have to go deep into, at least just to have a fair idea of what it does, and have a fair idea of how to go about it and how to use it. Okay. And then another thing you need to consider is to earn certifications, because if you are probably moving from an HR background to data analyst, and maybe you didn't read, I read statistics with computer science. Okay, maybe you didn't read statistics with computer science, you read HR, or maybe you read political science, or maybe you read IT, or you read anything, maybe history, okay, or dance, and you want to transition. Companies will want to see some certifications from you, okay, because your background doesn't tally with what you are doing. So if you don't have any background respect to statistics, computer science, and even math, you should consider taking some certifications. And a lot of certifications you can take online, but just focus on the reputable ones that everybody can know that, okay, this is an institution that can be trusted, and we know that if you have a certification from this institution, we can trust that you know something about data analytics. We trust that you know something about data science. We trust that you know something about machine learning or AI. Okay, so there's a lot of online platforms. Data Camp is there. We have the Udemy, we have Coursera, and we have some private institutions like Blossom Academy, which I attended, and also we have the Tech for Dev that you can take some, courses from them. We even have, I think, ALX, that you could also take certification from. These are, reputable institutions that you can take certification from if you are transitioning, so that if they see that you have a background in history and they see the certification, they know that, okay, truly you are, transitioning. And also you have to develop both technical and soft skills. So aside your knowledge, you need to have the skills, and you need to have, the soft skills as well. And the soft skills, I'll put it as your attitude, okay, how you, because a lot of companies now, before you they even move into the technical interview and the stages of interview. They want to see if you best align with their company. They want to see how you relate with people. They want to see if you're able to work in a team. They're able to see if you have good communication skills. They want to see if you're able to communicate your insights to the stakeholders. They want to see if you know how to relate. You are diverse. You've worked in a very diverse team and you know how to relate with everybody in the team. So they want to check soft skills. And so in as much as you want to concentrate on your knowledge and you want to build your technical skills, you need to focus on your soft skills as well, because this is something a lot of companies, especially remote companies, they look out for, and even the local ones in Ghana look out for before they accept you. You could have the technical skills, but if you don't know how to relate well with the people, or you don't align with their culture, you don't align with their values, you might not qualify um, for them to have you on board or bring you on board. So you need to also focus on that. And also you may want to look at the domain you want to go into, because every domain is having data. It could be the energy sector, it could be the business sector, it could be the e-commerce, it could be the agri sector, it could be the health sector, it could be any sector at all. You can think of it. We have a broad, different types of sectors that you may want to go into. So if you have passion for the health sector, then you may want to focus on anything health, or the agri, or maybe the energy, or the e-commerce side of it, or the business side of it, or marketing side of it, or even digital marketing, social media. You can actually pull data from online, we call it data scraping, and then you analyze it. Okay. So also, whilst you want to transition, if you have any specific domain you want to go into, then you quickly shift all your attention to that domain. Okay. Nevertheless, if the opportunities are not coming in the other domain, you could also explore other domains so that your chances of landing a job is not very limited. Okay. So these are the steps that you have to take into consideration if you want to transition. Gain the foundational, knowledge, and then build the technical skills. Have some certifications. Even if you have a stats background and you still want to have a certification from data science or data analytics, why not? You can still go, because currently in Ghana, as I'm speaking, we don't have any bachelor's that is any university in Ghana that is offering like a bachelor's degree in data science. And even with the statistics, they don't do, the curriculum does not match up with the current standard. And so even if you have those certifications, you want to take this online repeatable certifications to also put yourself ahead of others. So these are the steps to transition. Also, I'll have a few list on steps to be successful. Okay, and this is a tricky part of it, because it's one thing to have the technical skills, it's one thing to have the knowledge, it's one thing to also have that values, the soft skills, but maybe you can have all this and you're still not successful, and why? And this is a tricky part of it. So success is not an endpoint, but a capacity for growth. And this is by Benjamin Baba. Okay. So when we say someone is successful, what does it mean for someone to be successful? Maybe you have in your target that you want to be a data analyst by the end of this year. Now the year is ending. Okay. Probably you've taken some certifications, you know, you've now had a data analyst certification, so you can be called a data analyst. Now what next? Success is not just an endpoint. You should always, have a future. Now I have the certification. What's next? What should I do again? Okay, if CEOs are successful, then I think they just have to sit home and not do anything again. But CEOs, still have goals, they have vision, they set another challenging goal, and then they want to meet it. And then when they get to that point, they set another challenging goal. And that is success. Okay. Success is not just setting a goal, you meet it, and that's it. You always have to look for other opportunities, and that is a capacity for growth. Okay. So straight we'll go into steps to be successful. First of all, you have to cultivate a growth mindset, because trust me, this field keeps growing. This field keeps evolving so fast that you can learn something today and tomorrow it won't be relevant. So you always have to be on the lookout to be able to transition, okay, to be able to cultivate a growth mindset, to always learn, always upskill, to always meet up, match up opportunities. Right now, a lot of people have moved into data analytics, and those in data analytics are now trying to move into data engineering because the opportunities are now very limited. And right now, a lot of companies and in like the roles that they need or they expect a data analyst to do, they are putting in cloud computing part of it. So if you're a data analyst and you don't have idea or you don't have anything about cloud computing, it's like you're not limited. So quickly, if you're a data analyst, you have to upskill, learn cloud computing, add it to it, and then put you ahead of others. So that is the field we happen to find ourselves in right now. You always have to be upscaling, taking certifications, put yourself out there. People get to know who you are. And also you have to build a portfolio. So if you have to build a portfolio, especially for you that is transitioning, because we know you are not into this background and you are not transitioning. So if you apply for any opportunity, you need to have a portfolio that have things that you have done that when they go there, they can see that, okay, this is a project that you have built, this is a project that you have worked on, so they can trust that you are actually transitioning, and these are things you have worked on. And even if you are even on the markets and you are working and you apply for remote opportunities, now even a lot of remote jobs, they are not credible. So even if you are working at a company, people want to still see, or the recruiters want to see something unique that you have done that they can trust that you did it. Okay. So having a portfolio is also key. It's step by step. You don't have to rush it because if you rush it, you crash. Just take it one after the other. Okay. You don't take all at a go. Just take it one after the other, and then you surely get there. And when you are done with having your portfolio, you want to gain real world experience. The real world experience is very, very different from the portfolio and from the dummy data you get online and you work on. When you enter into the industry space, it's a different ball game altogether. So having the portfolio, you now want to have some real world experience through internship, maybe competition, freelancing, and all that. So you have these cargo competitions that you can partake in to be able to also put you to the next level. Now, you also want to join tech communities, okay, like GDG. You want to be part of tech communities because this is also one thing that can really make you successful. When we organize tech program, that is where you meet tech-minded people. You don't compare it to any program you go and then you have diverse people from all over scattered around. Communities, you meet people who are like-minded and they are all professionals, they are all sharp, they are all smart. So if you connect with people at programs and you exchange contacts and their gigs, they can link you. For me, I'm sitting here. If I have any issue right now, because you can't know everything, okay? And so when you have any issue or you have anything, you are doing something and you are stuck, you go on ChatGPT, nothing. You go online, nothing. The next people you want to call is someone in the tech space. And if you don't have tech programs, how will you know who to call? So there are people I can easily fall on right now if I'm stuck, and they'll just be a phone call. Oh, do this, and perfect, it works. So it's also important for you to join tech communities and attend tech programs where you get to connect with these people. And trust me, also when you go, the speakers, before you go for any program, target speakers you want to speak to, because these are people that have good network that you can also tap from. Okay, so by just connecting with the person, if there's a gig, they can even link you. So when you go for programs, just have a one line, two lines you want to, you know, try to sell yourself. So when you approach people, hi, my name is so and so, this is what I do. I've sent a connect on LinkedIn. I'm waiting for you to accept, or I'm following you on Twitter, blah blah blah. And if it is something that aligns with what they are interested, they'll say, "Oh, okay, I have this gig, I have this thing I do. Can you send me your CV? If you're interested, we can also reach out to you and all that." So these are things that you have to do. Yesterday, I went for a program and I go for programs, I have people I want to talk to. So the moment you are done, I quickly reach out to them, introduce myself, and I reached out to this person because he was bearing my name, Gia. And interestingly, this is a Mandela Washington Pass Fellow and has so much links. I introduced myself and was like, oh, send me your CV. We have this. So these communities and tech events are like puts you to a different level. They make you easily successful because the network can just push you on top, and then you become very successful, especially with your job search and also with your financial side of life. Okay, and also you have to prepare for the job market, especially leveraging on LinkedIn and optimizing your LinkedIn page to make it visible. People will come to look at your profile. People will even give you a text in your inbox that I've read this and this about you, and would you mind joining this company? Send your CV, could be shortlisted, and also prepare for interviews. So after learning all these things, the knowledge, the skills, now you've worked on your soft skills. Now you have to prepare for the job market because it's because of the job market you are trying to transition. So if you don't prepare for the job market, you still have your knowledge with you, you still have your skill with you, and if you don't use it over time, you're going to forget everything. The technical skills are something are very funny. If you stop using it for 1 month and you come back to sit behind a computer, you will forget like literally everything. So prepare for the job market so that you can have that hands-on experience and a real world experience, and also continuously learn and improve, which I've said earlier. So these are the few steps to be actually successful when you want to transition into data analytics, data science. And conclusions, my final conclusions is to say that transitioning to data science vary from person to person. Okay, you have people that will put their transition and be a data analyst in 3 months, in 6 months, 1 year. It actually varies. Maybe because I have a stats background, computer science, I might transition faster than someone who have HR or political science. It is even possible that someone with a political science could even transition faster than me. Okay, depending on the person's network, depending on the person's availability to learn, depending on the person's curiosity. And so it depends on your background first, it depends on your specific interest, and it depends on your preferred industry. Ask yourself, do you want to go into industry? Do you want to practice? Do you want to research or you want to teach? Okay. So if you ask yourself these relevant questions and okay, I'm not someone who likes research. Because if you want to research, then you have to know the math. No, you have to know the theoretical aspects of math to be able to do the research. If you want to teach, you also have to know that theoretical. But if you want to practice, you need to know a bit of the theory, and then you have to do more of the technical skills. So just look at yourself, give yourself some time. The fact that somebody has transitioned in 6 weeks or 6 months doesn't mean you also use that same number of months to transition. Just be patient, okay? Take it one step after the other. It could be 1 year, okay? It could be 1.5 years, it could be 6 months. Just be patient with yourself, and I believe everything is going to fall in place for you. If you apply all this that I've taught you, you are going to transition with much ease. So, by conclusion, surround yourself with people who inspire and support you, embrace challenges, and know that failures are necessary part of growth, and never give up. Sometimes it gets overwhelming, but never give up. Give up. Talk to people, take people around. They'll be there to support you, and know that you got this. Thank you so much, and you can connect on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter. It's now X, Facebook. It's MFR. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me, and looking forward to questions and any other thing. Thank you. Who is taking over? Aisha?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. That was so insightful. We don't have any questions,
Okay.
so I'm handing over to Jason now. Jason.
Okay.
Hello, Jason.
Great. Thank you so much, Emma, for that. That was amazing. Thank you, Aisha. And
Welcome.
we've had a very
Welcome.
interesting and wonderful day from amazing speakers. And We're ending today with a last talk, but definitely not the end of DevFest. We'll see you all tomorrow. But the last talk for today is by Paul Asalu, and he's talking on fortifying your cloud infrastructure with GCP security tools. It's great to have you here, Paul.
Yeah, it's great to be here too, Jason. Hopefully, I'm audible.
Perfectly audible.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Paul Asalu, just like Jason has said, and I'm Nigerian, and I'm happy to be here today. Looking forward to sharing some of the things I've learned with regards to cloud security. So I'm just going to start. I'm not waste much of our time. Let me share my screen. Just a sec. Okay.
Okay. Looks like technology can sometimes take the better of us. Take your time, Paul. Take your time.
Okay, I think it's up now. All right. Right. So, yeah, falsifying your cloud infrastructure with GCP security tools. Right. So, I guess before I start, the basis of most of the things that we'll be talking about in this really short session would be the concept of VPCs. I don't know how many of us in uh, the comments are familiar with concept of VPCs or virtual private cloud. You can just send an emoji in the chat if you're familiar with VPC, the concept of VPCs. See, because it's the underlying concept for the majority of everything we'll be talking about in this session. I don't think I can see the chat from here. Oh, okay, I think I need to join chat. Anyways, I'd like for this session to be quite interactive. Right, so let's get started. First thing or the first concept that we'll look at is something called private services access, which is a cloud networking feature that allows you to connect two VPCs together. And typically you'll be doing this to create a secure connection between your own VPC hosted on GCP with things called service producers. And these service producers could be GCP owned services or third party services. Oh, I'm seeing. Am I audible, Jason? Can everyone hear me? Okay. Okay. All right. So yes, thank you, Kojo. Uh, just, I'm trying to connect to the chat so that I can interact with my audience a bit. Right. Okay. It seems some of us are familiar with VPCs, right? So a VPC, for those of us that are not familiar, is a virtual version of a physical network. And when we talk about networks are just simply put connections between multiple computers. So you have two computers and you want them to talk, you can just plug them in and then send information from one computer to the next. Now, there's a lot of in between because when it comes to like multiple systems, you need to know how to identify certain computers in your network. And this for this sole purpose is why you have IP addresses. So I'm sure a lot of us have heard of IP addresses and use this to identify uh, computers or devices on your network. Now, the concept of private services access is for us to have a secure connection between two networks such that we don't have to publicly expose resources on either network for them to be able to communicate. So if you notice the second point here says allows you to securely access services without having to expose them to the public internet. Now, the way PSA works in GCP, you assign a CIDR range. How many of us are familiar with concepts of CIDR range or classless? CIDR stands for classless uh, inter-domain routing, if I'm not wrong. And the idea is it's a way for us to specify a range of IP addresses that we want to refer to in a network. So with PSA, what we do is we block a CIDR range for a secure connection between our networks. So if I wanted to connect, for example, virtual machines in my VPC on GCP on Google Cloud, what I could do is create a CIDR range to connect to things like Cloud SQL or some other services that Google Cloud offers, right? So a resource in a service producer would be similar to resources in your VPC network. So by default, when you create a Google Cloud project, everyone gets a VPC, a default VPC created for them, and inside of this VPC, you have subnets that are created in every region of uh, your cloud provider, basically. And this it's called the I think it's called auto VPC, but it's uh optional. You don't have to use that. You can create your VPC from scratch and then use yeah, you can create your VPC from scratch and then use um the networking tools that GCP provides you with to create your own subnets, right? So all of this sound very maybe boring and theoretical, but I'll show a demo that helps us properly understand like how private services access help us to secure our infrastructure on GCP. And I will paint a scenario for a typical use case for when if you need to so that's the next slide. Okay, yeah, so this is a visual aid of what a PSA connection would look like. So you'd have your virtual network here, the customer VPC network, and then you'd have a CIDR range that you assign solely for the sole purpose of connecting to resources in a service producer. For example, GCP, right? And in GCP, if you could run something like Cloud SQL, like a Postgres or a MySQL database instance. And so simply put, you don't want public IPs, right? You don't want your instances to be publicly accessible on the cloud. You want to use internal IPs. And then in order for you to securely connect between these two networks, the idea is that Google Cloud will create a VPC network and then use the CIDR range that you've decided or that you've chosen to create subnets and then assign IPs from that CIDR range in each of those subnets for different resources, right? And it's not just Cloud SQL. In this example here, uh, you can see a sub, like a part of this. Oh, sorry about that. A portion of this IP block or CIDR range is assigned for Cloud SQL, and another portion assigned for some other resource. Maybe a Redis instance or some other resource you need. One private service access connection is all you need for your VPC to be securely connected to a service producer, even if that service producer has multiple resources or multiple services to offer you. So, yes, and here I'm just here. I guess I was trying to. This is an attempt at explaining, how CIDR ranges work. So IP addresses, right? They are, these weird looking numbers that we are all familiar with. These weird looking numbers that tell us, or that identify computers in a network, right? And then you have 4 positions typically. So you can think of these positions as they can have any numbers from 0 to 255. And that's the consequence of every position being exactly 8 bits, right? So, for example, in this IP range, we specify that we want 10, 240, and just ignore the slash here for now, /16. We'll come back to that. Let's just assume that 10.240.0.0 is an IP address, right? So what does that mean? It means this is just a single permutation of one of the many values that we could, have used for an IP address with these 4 positions. In the worst case, you could have 255.255.255.255, right? But you rarely see those, right? Now, what you're actually looking at here is a CIDR range, because in an IP address, there's 2 portions. You have the portion that tells you what network that IP address belongs to, and then the portion that tells you the ID of the host in the network, or basically what is the ID of the individual computers in your network. So, and all this is to say is just that with this range, we can assign roughly, so this position is about 255 times 2 devices can, get IP addresses from this range. And then for resource A, we're using 24/24 as the network prefix here, and here we're using this other one. So you can like split these IP ranges into subnets and then assign IP addresses from there. If you're not familiar with the concept of VPCs or CIDR ranges or subnets, this might not be very interesting to you. Right. So use cases: connecting to a Cloud SQL instance. You have a database. Say you have a web application on Google Cloud, and you want to connect your web application to a database, right? And so you create a virtual machine. You deploy your Python application on there, or your Node.js application on your virtual machine, and you have another service for your database running in the Cloud SQL instance. Now, how do you securely connect these 2 things together using private service access? So the typical way of doing this thing is, when you create a Cloud SQL instance, by default, Google will give you an IP address, an external IP that you can use to speak to your database, and you can just plug that into your application, and voila, you're working, right? And that's fine and great. However, with private services access, what you can do is you can say, hey, I don't want public IPs. I don't want my resources to be seen on the public internet. I want IPs that only makes sense within my VPCs. And now you have two VPCs. So what will happen is Google Cloud will create a VPC for all of your needs as far pertaining to services that are managed. So managed services like Cloud SQL instance or some other thing like Redis or whatever managed services you might want to use and plug into your application, right? And then give you a private IP, and then you can use that to speak between your own default VPC on Google Cloud and the the VPC for your service producer, which is GCP in this case. Now let's see a quick demo. I think I need to share my screen now. I'm not very familiar with this platform. Please let me know if you can see my screen as I'm about to share. Is it visible? Can you see my screen? Because I was sharing just my slides the whole time. Is my screen visible? All right, thank you. Yes. So as far as private services access is concerned, what you require? Oh, well, I guess I should just show you that in the slide, anyways. Let me push that back onto the screen. All right. Or do I need to stop sharing first? Maybe. Well, it's not really important. Anyways, if you can see my screen, you prerequisites for this demo is having a Google Cloud account, obviously, and then you need to have billing enabled in your Google Cloud account. So the first thing I'm going to do here is to enable an API called Service Networking API. So from Google Cloud Console, when you log in, I haven't done anything special here. If you're familiar with this environment, when you log into Google Cloud Console, just go to API and services, and then search for service networking. And under marketplace, just click on that. Once it's loads up, we can click on enable API, which I've done already. I'm not, you know what? Just click on and the enable button when you. This is taking some time, and when we are done, I'm just of what happens when you use services access and when you don't do that. Ideally, the next thing would be to set up a. Why is my internet? Please excuse me. My connection is a bit. Is it my connection? Right. So the next thing after you've enabled that service networking API is to assign a CIDR range that you want to use to create a private services access connection with your service producers. And keep in mind, your service producers, well, most of the time, GCP itself, that is your service producer, or some third party service producer. Well, and to do that, you need to go to the, so you head over to the VPC network option, and then, this is really, so while you're here, let's just wait for this to load up. No, am I still audible? Hopefully this isn't affecting my. think I need to switch right now. Hello, can everyone still hear me? I
Yes, you're clearly
apologize.
audible.
Oh, thank you. Sorry for this. I just have some connection issues. Right. So in your just click on VPC network and choose the default option here. If you have custom VPCs that you've created by yourself, you can also use those. Now, when you are here, you want to scroll over to the right, and on the private service access tab, there's two options, right? So the first thing you want to do is to allocate an IP range for your use case. So you see here, I've created one. I'm just going to show you the steps involved. So you click on allocate IP range. Now, if you don't want to do all of this boring stuff, using the GUI and you're like a hardcore developer, you can always use G Cloud and like type all of the commands to do all of this, or write it in like shell script or part of a make file step to do things like this. But either way, it accomplishes the same goal. The step is you obviously just name your IP range. So let's just call it DevFest range. And so now, if you know what you're doing here, you can directly just type in like the full thing, the full CIDR notation, and specify what specific ranges you want. However, the bottlenecks that you could have there is that you could have cases where the range that you specify will overlap with ranges that are reserved for some other services. So ideally, what I do, well, not ideally, but what I do here is to just use the automatic option and specify a prefix length. Prefix length is saying how much of my the IP do you want to identify the network, and how much do you want to be used to identify devices in your network. So if say I'm expecting under 100 devices to be connected to my system, then I can use a prefix length of say 24, and because that leaves about 255 slots for IPs that you can use here. So when you click on allocate, it runs through the whole thing and generates, an IP range that's free of any issues with existing IP ranges here. Now you can use this IP range for private services access to any service provider you want. So now when you are done with this, the next thing is you come over to the private connections to service tab, and then you create a connection. You choose your service provider here. There's two options here, just NetApp, Cloud Volumes, and Google Cloud Platform. Now, Google Cloud Platform obviously encompasses a lot of features. So for the most case, it's probably just like good enough for your use case. And you select your range. So I already used this test range earlier. So you pick that, click connect, and it creates a private connection for you. So now that's just configuring, our connection. So now I've said what I'm basically saying here is that I want my default VPC to use that IP range to connect to whatever service exists in the service producer's network there. So whenever I create a new instance of say Cloud SQL, what it is going to do is it will assign your Cloud SQL instance with a private IP from the range that you specified. So with this now, I've done this already just to save time, and this is a Cloud SQL instance called DevFest, and I'm going to open a VM instance just to show you that it works. Now, in under connections, we can switch back and forth and say we want either public IP or private IP. So let's say, just for the purpose of demonstration, I'm going to switch back to public IP. And you know what? Can I disable this? Yeah. Oh, so you can't disable this once enabled. It would have been great because I would have loved to show you what happens when you use public IPs, but because of time, I won't be able to do that. So, anyways, the ultimate goal is, you will notice here that public IP button is unchecked, and I'm using private IP. Now, you don't even if you and here you in the summary you don't have any reference to public IP. What this means is now that your cloud SQL instance cannot be accessed from the internet publicly. At least not without access to your PSA connection from your VPC on GCP to um your private service. Sorry, your service producer. The only way to connect is now using the internal IP address. So what I can do now is just to show you is to run a PSQL command to connect to this Cloud SQL instance from my virtual machine using that private IP, mind you, not the external IP here. Or yeah, sorry, not here. Using this private IP or internal IP, whichever one you call it. You notice there's no public IP address that you can use. So just wait. All right. So what I can do is PSQL specify the host as the private internal IP. Then I believe I created a user called was it Postgres? No, DevFest user. Spirit of DevFest. Yeah. And then I can also specify the database name, which I called DevFest DB. Right, so you see I have access, I can connect, and all I need to do is provide the password, if I can remember that. I think it was 2023. Anyways, if you heard what I mumbled when I typed that, I'm going to delete the instance after so you don't have access to either ways. Well, so you see, it's really straightforward to use PSs to connect your virtual machines. This is just one use case. There's a plethora of use cases, that exist that you might want to use PSA connections for. And if there's anything you gain from this, just remember with PSAs, you don't need external IPs. This public IPs, you don't need that. What you do is you create a secure connection, you define your own IP range, and then GCP will use that to assign IPs to whatever resource you need when you create them, and then you can use those internal IPs inside of a VPC and connect securely. Very straightforward. The documentation on PSA is really in depth, and it covers all of this in depth. The next thing on our list is, can I still? Right, all right. On our list is something else called identity aware proxy. And identity aware proxy is a way for you to perform authorization for services that need to be accessed using over HTTPS typically. So think of something like SSH. Now, when I was about to connect to this instance just now, you saw me click on this SSH button here. It's out of the box and you can just click on it. Typically, what people do is you'd have SSH keys, that you get when you create these instances, and use those SSH keys to connect. Right. Okay. So I have to round up quickly. So you use SSH keys to connect to your instances, right? Now, with IAP tunneling, we can completely get rid of our public IP. It's the same vibe as what we just did with PSAs, except this is specific to HTTPS connections to certain resources like compute engine and Kubernetes in GCP. So the idea is when you make those those connection requests over HTTP, they go through a federated group of servers that Google manages, and then using your IAM privileges, those servers can determine what you have access to or what you should be giving access to. So what happens is it's between you have a user, cloud IAP falls in between that user connection and then the resources that that user is trying to access. And then you can plug in different things from here, roles and permissions, which cloud IAP will check for and see if you actually do have access to these things. Use cases would be what I just mentioned, SSH. Say, for example, you don't want certain users or people in your organization to connect to or have SSH access to certain resources. Um, you can use IAP tunneling to achieve this. So, yeah, quick demo. I'm about to round up already. So, the first thing you want to do is so that there's a set of IPs that you need to give access to. So what we need to do is to modify our firewall settings. So you head over to your VPC network, go to firewall. I've done this already, so I'm just going to be showing you, what you need to do to do this. So the what you need to do is just create the firewall rule, and give it a name, all of this. Now the idea is you want it's ingress, not egress. So incoming traffic is what we want to control. We want to limit access to certain users based on like their credentials, right? So and we want to apply this to all instances on network. In my case, that's what I want to do. You could use specific target types or whatever it is. There are options here you can use. But for SSH, you can imagine that you probably want that kind of connection over all of your virtual machines in your organization. Probably, maybe not the case. Now, what do we want to give access to? So we want the IAP servers, which has a very unique set of IP addresses or IP range. I'm just going to show you. I don't remember what it is, so I'm going to show you the one I've done already here. Right, so this is the IP range for IAP servers. It's a reserved CIDR range, so you can't use this for PSA, for example. So now you specify the protocols and ports on your virtual machines that you want to control access to. So what this means is that in order for a user to access port 22, which is typically used for SSH, even if they have SSH keys, they have to go through these IAP servers, right? And if you remember the image, is user connection, IAP servers, then access. So access control becomes federated at that point. And show you just like a small hopefully I have all right. So time is up.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We wish we could go on and on and on. That was just super insightful. We're all very much educated. Thank you, Paul. Great. So this wraps up everything, all the sessions we have today, and this could not have been possible without our dear sponsors. So we'll just like to show the beautiful sponsors that sponsor this event. You're muted, Audrey.
There you have mute. You are muted. You are muted. I know.
That
Thank
seems to be
you.
the trend.
I know, right? So that's the part where working remotely or doing things online is kind of tricky. But no
I
worries,
know.
we're still having fun. Yes, we're still having
Perfect.
fun.
Perfect.
So yeah, we had to cut. We really had to end the session with Paul, but don't worry at all. So you can reach out to Paul for the end of the session and all the demos that you want. I'm sure he has the code, and you can even get in touch tomorrow during the physical meetup. So do not worry about anything. You didn't miss out on anything. So Jason, do you have anything to say? What have you learned today?
Well, my mind was totally blown. I've learned a lot of things in all the sessions, and we traversed the landscape of innovation, security in the tech world, and from the intricates of Flutter, Android development, into the best practices in OAuth and data protection. Significant takeaways from human aspect of cybersecurity, knowing that in everything we do, our lives have to be secure. We can never be too careful, and a funny story, I once got my email hacked and I was told I won something, a Tesla from Mr. Beast. And well, that goes my email. But these are things that are very important to us. And the event has not only equipped us with the knowledge, but also inspired us to contribute, learn, and grow as part of a global developer community for sure. And there's so much more. This is just day one. I'm excited for day two, where we hit the grounds running and things are going to be just a notch higher. I believe that.
Yeah, I mean, you've summarized it very well. And also the open source part was really great because then we learned that we don't need so much experience to get started in open source. And this is key because I know that most of the people who participate in such events are graduates or even people that are still in school. So you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to be scared. You can start contributing, nothing wrong. So yeah, don't worry. Tomorrow we continue. Today was day one. It was a pleasure to be with you. But before we leave, I just want to say a big thank you to the team behind the scene. I just want to shout out to Shadrach because without Shadrach, all of this wouldn't have been possible. He is the one uniting us right now. He's the one behind the scene doing most of the work. Yes, If you can clap for him, yeah, that would be really, really great. So also we have our sponsors, Infobip, Nita, Crado, Kweku Tech, hey Kweku Tech, and Tech Connected Africa, UXGS, Easiness, Seed Cash, Corey, and Ghana Digital Centers Limited. Yes, Accra Technical University Library. Yes. So a super team, Fido, Nest, Smart Infraco. Don't worry if I've not mentioned your name. Please don't we love you and you are here, you are in our hearts. Okay. So don't worry about anything. You didn't miss out on anything. All the talks were amazing. We had a lot of fun and we are looking forward to see you tomorrow. My name is Audrey and it was a pleasure to meet you. Bye.
Bye,
Hi,
everyone.
Jason.
Bye, Audrey. See y'all tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow. Bye.